Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come, can't hide. Gonna find you, and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come, can't hide. Gonna find you, and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come, can't hide. Gonna find you, and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
Alrighty then. It has been a month. 30 days plus, give or take. Give or take. All right, I'm kind of getting situated in front of the microphone, getting everything all cranked up, getting the tubes ready. We are indeed NATV Network. Coming in, landing in your ears, on your TV. We are SZTV Network. Let me hit some buttons over here so it sounds a little bit better for you. We're going to be landing all over the place, one step at a time, but don't underestimate our live streaming chat with Crystal Nicole Black. Jump on in, talk to her. Multiple things happening when you come into our stream because we are your opportunity to feel a little bit better about what somebody else unjustly did to you. Does me no good to be on a show when I don't bring in the people that make it all happen. Susie, I know you're out there somewhere.
Hey, how are you? I can't believe it's been a month.
Been a month, has it, right? Our networks have come together to showcase Gemma. Gemma's here too. Gemma?
Hey, how are you doing?
Don't underestimate that Crystal is here as well. Crystal, feel free to unmute yourself. And I know you're out there somewhere. I think you're muted though, somewhere in there.
It's automatically muted, you're right. Thank you.
So, just for the record, everybody, you won't hear that much of Crystal this time around because she is really manning the chat. She's moderating the show for us. Everybody, get ready. Buckle in. Susie's going to take us down a road. We're all going to be here taking turns. Let's bring the music out of the show. And Susie, what do you got for us to start us off?
So today I wanted to talk about and get started for our conversation throughout the day about our mental health. How do we take care of our mental health? So first I want to remind everyone that this is your safe place to share, to heal, and to grow. My life story brought me here, and maybe yours has too. Today we're diving deep into one of the most important things we can talk about, our mental health. We're going to be exploring mental health from every angle: self-care, trauma, healing, laughter, dealing with setbacks, and everything in between. Whether you're struggling or just looking for ways to level up, this space is for you. Let's be real. Mental health isn't about just positive thinking or calming down. It's about real, deep, intentional care for yourself. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Healing isn't about being perfect. It's about being aware and making small, consistent changes. Just because someone looks fine on the outside doesn't mean they aren't fighting battles inside. Therapy is only for people with serious issues. Don't you hate when people say things like that? Common myths and responses from people who just don't understand. If they're not going through it, don't expect them to get it. Sometimes I used to remember hearing people saying, like, just walk it off, right? Just deal with it. Just let it go. Yeah, that's all fine. Yes, we need to get to the point where we can let things go. But while we're in it, it's almost impossible. We need to do things for ourselves. We need to practice self-care. And self-care isn't just spa days and face masks. It's real, deep, and sometimes really uncomfortable work. We need to practice physical self-care. We need to eat well. We need to stay hydrated, move our bodies. We need to practice emotional self-care. We need to learn to set stronger boundaries. We need to learn how to talk about our feelings, journaling. We also need to choose who we allow in our space, our social self-care. It's so important because we can be doing all the work, but still surrounding ourselves with the very people that hurt us. What's one simple mental health tool that anyone can use? Well, for me, it was removing toxic people from my life. It was learning how to speak up for myself. It was writing down one thing I was able to do for that day that I hadn't been able to do for days and weeks and even months before. So how do we break out of negative thoughts that spiral in our heads? I would literally have to tell myself, stop, get up. I'd have to remove myself from the situation or the room. I would have to turn on music. Something that really worked for me was to get in my car and just drive, turn on the radio, distract myself. And we need to remember that trauma isn't just in your mind, it's stored in your body. It affects how we react, it affects how we trust, it affects how we see ourselves. Healing from trauma isn't just about getting over it. It's about realizing it in a way that feels safe. Releasing it. We need to release it so that we feel safe. So here's an easy exercise to try. If you grab a piece of paper, you can write a letter to someone from your past, someone who has hurt you, someone you never got closure with. You don't have to send it. You can just let the words flow, write it out. You could crumple it up. You could burn it, but it is a way of releasing it, and it works. I've done it. So anxiety, it makes us think, it made me think anyway. I don't know if anyone out there can relate. that the worst is about to happen. I constantly was dread thinking, like, oh my gosh, it was just like every day, what's next? What's next? And depression made me feel like nothing will ever change. But you know what? Both of them can be managed. We can manage our anxiety and we can manage our depression. And today I know Jem is here to help with different ways we can do things like that. I also tried grounding techniques. So if you're feeling overwhelmed right now, you could try this with me. And this has worked. So I'll look around the room and I'll name 5 things I see. Then I would do naming 4 things I can touch. Then listen for 3 things you can hear and notice 2 things you can smell. And you know, when I was younger, I used to have a lot of anxiety as a teenager. And I remember my grandmother would get a jar, an old ball jar, and she would fill it with lavender. And anytime I felt that anxiety come up, I would unscrew the jar top and just take a deep, long inhale through my nose. And it instantly calmed me.
You know, there's nothing better than grounding and other personal experiences, is there, than like what your family used to do and things like that.
Yeah. It really helped. And over the years, I don't use the ground up lavender any longer, the flowers. I use essential oils. Have you
Yes.
ever tried that?
Yes, just like smelling and seeing what you can smell from the essential oils as well, because you can get mixtures of them.
Mhm.
And just being able to stop and take note of all the different things that you can smell from that, the impact of that can be amazing.
I think it actually, for me, it would stop my brain. It would stop the spiraling. It would stop the anxiety. It would distract me just long enough to like reroute my thinking process.
Yeah, because things like that can really help when it comes to knowing when to take a breath and knowing when to stop and knowing when to take stock of where you are and things like that. That's why it's so powerful.
You know what else helps me so much is laughing. I bust into laughing all the time. I think because I was so serious and so sad for so long. So now I can just laugh at little things, you know, like instead of getting stressed out, I'm like, well, if I just survived everything I did for 20 some odd years, this is nothing, you know, just
There's nothing like it. Being able to put a film on or listen to a song that you got that like triggers happy memories. There's nothing
exactly.
like it. Just being able to sit back and have a good old laugh to yourself and just dump at what other people think to the sidelines.
Exactly. Speaking of a good song on, the other day I'm driving and where I'm living, they're doing a lot of work in the house. So I needed a minute. It's like pipes all over and all kinds of plumbing work being done. So
Oh
everything was
gosh.
a mess. Yeah. So I get in the car and I still do these things, right? Even though I'm out
Yeah.
of the situation, I still do these things. If I feel a little anxious or overwhelmed or whatever. So I get in the car and I put on the radio and it was one of the old, like depressing songs that I would listen to back in the day,
Oh
feeling
yeah.
sorry for myself, and I would listen and I started laughing. I'm like,
Mm.
"Oh my gosh." Like, I used to listen to this on replay and just have a good old pity party for myself. And now I can listen to it and I changed the station and I just found like a happier song. I'm like, "I can't go down this road anymore." And
Yeah.
quite honestly, I don't even recognize the person I was that would allow myself to listen to that.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? It's like two different parallel universes coming together.
Yeah. And I talk about it a lot over on SCTV Network. So, hey, and if you're not a subscriber yet, please go over to my YouTube channel, SCTV Network, and subscribe. Also, Gemma Station, Imperfect TV. Definitely take a look over there. You do your journaling on Mondays over on YouTube now, right, Gemma?
I do, yes. I have a playlist currently of scheduled journaling programs, so make sure you go over there and take a look. It's normally at 7 a.m. GMT time, which I think is some horrendous time for America, but they're there for people to replay. So make sure you take a look.
What was this past week's topic?
It was all about acknowledging thoughts and feelings after trauma. So it really delved in deep with being able to acknowledge triggers and what you do when you're in a triggering situation. So, yeah, it was quite deep, but it's quite interesting because you never quite know what's going to come out when you start writing.
Yeah. It's almost like automatic writing is what I'm finding. I
Yeah.
g- go back and read it, and I sometimes I just get so into it that
Mhm.
I don't even realize what I'm writing until after, and I go back and read it.
Yeah, like the thoughts won't stop. It gets to that point, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's amazing because I don't think we realize that we keep all these thoughts and emotions and feelings and past things that we've gone through, experiences, and we
Yeah.
need to let them out.
Yeah, as humans, we don't realize how much we bottle things up. Even when you don't think you are bottling things up, you actually are, because there's so many thoughts and feelings that go under the radar. So that's why journaling is very useful because it allows your body and your mind to connect with what you've been through.
I was just learning that trauma literally gets stored in our nervous system.
Mm.
It gets stored in our bodies.
Yeah.
And there's ways. Have you done anything? Like, what do you do personally to get rid of your pent up anxieties and traumas besides
I
journaling?
I go outside, take walks. I do a bit like you did actually with like the five senses.
Hmm.
But sometimes I feel the need to go outside and do that. So it's like I can smell the fresh air, especially when I've been in like the studio or the office quite a lot and like I need to breathe. So I do that and then I go into my ice bath as well most days because that's like where I dump the majority of the trauma because it's like I can actually breathe in the open air. And that's just incredible with relaxing the central nervous system.
I have to try that one day. I know I keep saying it, but I need to find an ice bath first. Actually, we had no heat with all this plumbing work. I could have done
Oh,
it then. I could have filled the bathtub. Uh,
yeah.
yeah, Crystal's talking about in the chat, Gemma with her ice bath. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We'll get there one day, Crystal. We'll get in an ice
Yeah.
bath.
You'll both have to do it and like share it and tag
Exactly.
online.
Yeah. Gemma, Crystal's asking if anyone else has ever done an ice bath. Does anyone that you know do it as well?
There's a whole community online of
Really?
people that do ice baths in the UK.
Oh,
It's yeah, it's a bigger thing than I thought. Which is quite cool because we can all keep ourselves accountable at the same time.
okay. So do you ever do like a group Zoom ice bath session?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
we do that.
do?
We do that over Facebook.
Oh my goodness. That's so cool.
So, like, we're all in our ice baths on Facebook, and then we message each other afterwards to see how we all are and see what the individual temperatures were in the ice baths and that kind of thing.
Wow. What's the coldest
My
temperature?
coldest that I've been in is 8 degrees.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's
Um,
cold.
yeah. So I'm determined to get it down to a lower thing and see how I do.
Is there like a record?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'd love to find out.
That's something I'd like to know if people go in like
Yeah.
0. Do you know, now that we're talking about it, my my uncle, I think he was actually my grandfather's uncle, was in the polar bears. Have you ever heard about the polar bears?
No, I haven't.
I think they do it out of Coney Island. Um, somewhere in New York. I believe it's over by Coney Island Beach. There's a beach over that way in New York City. And every year, I think it's about like November, and they go swimming. They
Oh,
call them the polar
wow.
bears. Jumping. Have you ever heard of them?
No, I'll have to check that out. Because they do
It's
something similar over here on Boxing Day up in Scarborough, which is in the northeast of the UK. And everybody just runs into the sea on Boxing Day, which that's just
okay.
unbelievable to see.
Same thing. They just called something different over across the pond. Hey, I just wanted to thank Dr. Marnie for being here in the chat.
And
Good to
I
see
also
you.
and I also just wanted to thank Rick Rhodes for being here in the chat too. It's
Hey,
so nice to
Rick.
see everybody.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. So I was doing my kind of inner work that I've been doing. I've been doing a lot of reading, and I went to the beach this week. It was beautiful out. And I was
Oh, I love
thinking,
going to the beach.
oh yes, I can't wait for the summertime because here on Long Island the
Mhm.
beaches are everywhere. We're
Sounds
surrounded by
amazing.
water. Yeah. Totally excited about that. But I was thinking, and I was like, throughout this whole thing, since we're talking about mental health, I realized that I was pretty much my own worst enemy. You ever thought about
Mm.
that?
Yeah. Yeah. It seems to go into people pleasing, doesn't it?
Mhm. And I literally am working on now, like learning to listen to myself and to trust myself. And then also to like take action, because even if I realized certain things weren't right or I wasn't feeling well mentally, I never took action for years and years.
Yeah. It's strange that, isn't it? Because we almost get ourselves into thinking and believing that we have to be the same way as we were when we're abused. And then, of course, coming out of that is like introducing yourself to this whole other person and having to reconnect with the
Mhm.
person before.
Yeah. Going back to who you were, and in my case,
Mm.
becoming who I never was, I believe. So, Crystal was talking about in the chat the polar bears, and she says she has a joke. Hold on. Do you see
Oh,
what she
God.
wrote there?
Yeah. Crystal says, how much does a polar bear weigh?
All right, Crystal, how much does a
Mm.
polar bear weigh? Enough to break the ice. That's great, Crystal. Thanks for making me laugh. I guess that sounds about right.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I'd say so.
What do they call it again over in the UK? We call it the polar bear plunge over here. What do you call it?
I don't think we have a name for it over here.
They just
I think it's just generically like the Boxing Day swim or something like that.
what does Boxing Day mean? We don't really celebrate that over here in the States.
It's like the day after Christmas.
Okay.
So it's a weird kind of day that almost feels like more of a Sunday than a Sunday.
It feels like a Sunday morning, and it's always a day after the holiday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always the day after Christmas.
Is there anything special you do?
Normally, I just lounge with family and friends and just chat and finish off Christmas leftovers.
Okay. when you said Unboxing Day, do you know what I thought it meant?
Oh, go on.
Okay. I thought it meant like that's the day that you go return everything that you really don't want that you got as a gift. That's the
Oh,
first
I
thing that came
prefer
to my
that
mind.
definition.
That's first thing that came to my mind. Oh my gosh. Hey, everyone, don't forget to go over to Crystal T's TV over on YouTube. She's got a lot of stuff going on over there. Visit her fourth wall and don't forget to subscribe. Also, of course, Gemma. Gemma, you have a couple YouTube channels, don't you? I know you have Imperfect TV.
I do. I have Life with Gemma Blythe too, which is going to be focusing more on my journey of recovery after trauma. And I've got Gem B's vlogs as well, which is where all my opinions are going to go on newsletters, books, films, things like that. A real mix up.
I went over, I honestly, I don't remember which one it was because I was like, checking you out. And I saw one video you did with clothes, like going through your clothes. And I was like,
Yeah.
I loved it. Was it cleaning out your closet or something like that?
Do you know, I just finished doing a lot of Pilates and getting into yoga and that kind of thing. And I just slimmed down a huge amount. So I had to do a clear out. So I thought, why not just jump online and get everybody involved?
That was great.
So that's what I did.
Do
But
you,
yeah,
do you still do Pilates and yoga?
I try to, but I must admit that has slipped. Oops.
Yeah, you can always pick it back up again.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good for our mental health for sure. Keeping our
It
bodies moving.
it definitely is, and only, like, now I've stopped it do I realize how good it was for my mental health. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to get back into that at some stage. But, yeah, I mean, I encourage everybody to do yoga because it really encourages you to stretch out those muscles and release a lot of that tension that trauma stores up too.
Sure does. Yeah. Every time I go for a walk or something, I always feel so much better.
Yeah. It's
All right.
been
So I'm sorry. Do you see what Crystal's writing?
I do, yes. Going back to Boxing Day, Crystal's put Boxing Day, which falls on December 26th, is traditionally celebrated in many countries, particularly in the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The day after Christmas has a long history tied to giving and generosity. I love that.
Very nice. I didn't know any of that.
I didn't either. Which
Yeah,
sounds
and
really bad.
Crystal saying, "What a joy to know Gemma." And then she's giving your links down there. Isn't she sweet, Crystal? You are, Gemma. It's so nice to have you here.
I love being here and talking to everybody. I always find out new things, which is cool.
Crystal saying, good job on the clothing, clearing out. Do you know, I'm thinking about it and how many times did I like hold on to clothes? I held on to everything. It was part of
Mhm.
like me letting go, was literally letting go of all my old clothes that didn't fit or that I had for 15, 20 years that were, I don't know, old and ratty and pretty didn't fit any longer. So I donated everything and it felt really good. It does feel good to let your old clothes go and
Yeah, it feels freeing almost, doesn't it?
mhm. And especially knowing if there's someone else that needs them, I'm
Mm,
sure you donated yours as well.
I did, yeah, because it's amazing just how many memories are attached to those clothes and how
Mhm.
many memories that we are triggered by when we sort things out in general. So yeah, those needed to go.
So I was talking about looking back on myself and sometimes I think like, how did I even survive that? You don't
Yeah.
even recognize the person.
Mhm. Yeah,
But
it's crazy, but I think it gives you more resilience
mhm.
and definitely enables you to connect with so many different people
Right.
than you could connect with before.
So would you agree that when we were that person that tolerated all these things and we look back and don't even recognize ourselves, we clearly were not taking care of our mental health. Would you agree?
Yes, yes, I would. Because it's almost like the person that was responsible um, was the sole focus of our mental health. I'm not sure whether you felt the same thing.
Yeah. I was like, when they say trauma bonded,
Hmm.
how would you describe a trauma bond?
I would describe it as this invisible web almost that connects you to the person who was responsible. And it gets you to believe that they are innocent. And it gets you to want to defend them. And then later on, when you step back and see, you can see just how deep that bond was. So yeah, it's weird, but like a spider's web is the best thing that I can describe it as.
Yeah, it's like being trapped mentally trapped,
Mm,
and you just can't get out. It's like every time you turn or make a new decision or realize you're not happy with the way you're feeling mentally, it affects our emotional health, our physical health, and it's like getting stuck in a spider web. And
mm.
what were some of the first things you did to break out of it? When did you realize that you had to start taking better care of your mental health?
When I realized that I had become isolated and I didn't know how to connect with the people that were around me. I'd become almost locked in my own cupboard.
Mhm.
Um, and that's when I realized because I thought I've never struggled to connect with people before. Why am I
Really?
struggling now? What are these thoughts that are going around in my head? What's right? What's wrong? All that was going on, and it was making me feel quite claustrophobic. And as though I didn't know which way was the right way to turn. So that's when I knew that something had to be done. And I knew that trust was a huge issue as well. So,
Isolation.
yeah.
Did you find that you had a hard time even trusting people that you were closest to?
Yeah. Gosh, yeah. I mean, my friends, family, they were still close, don't get me wrong. But there was almost like this thing that would come up and almost be like a barrier of, can I trust them? Should I trust them? Are they going to lead me the right way or are they going to lead me the wrong way? So it would
It's
always be that jumbled mess. So I knew I had to clear that somehow.
and it's amazing how it's really sad actually, how a person can, and I believe they do it deliberately. They
Mm,
um
so do
they
I.
just yeah, they just pick away at every relationship we have to keep us isolated and have us distrusting the people that are closest to us.
Yeah.
That's a hard one. And I feel like for me, once I got out of the situation, those people, those fractured, oh my gosh, I think about it and I'm like, I think of certain people and those fractured relationships sometimes I wonder, can they ever be healed? And I believe they can. I think it'll just take time. I think the best thing we can do for ourselves concerning our mental health is to just keep going
Mm.
and not worry about if anyone else is catching up or understands what we've all been through, because I truly believe it affects everybody, right? The whole
It does.
family, because they
It
lose
does.
a piece of you. They lose you.
Mm-hmm. It does not discriminate. And another thing is, as well, is once you've been isolated by somebody who's had a control over you, it's important to realize or make the people around you realize that when you get to a certain point, that wasn't you who did that.
Right.
And it's important to realize that you've got to stop saying sorry at a
Mhm.
certain point. And because that's where they still have control over you.
I think for me, I was constantly, I'm still breaking that habit. I'm a lot better,
Mm,
but oh, sorry. It's like I got to the point my mental health was so fractured that I didn't trust my own self. So I kept apologizing for things that I didn't even do wrong.
yeah.
Can you relate?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like 7, 8 years down the line, and it's taking a lot to stop saying sorry. But
So important.
there comes a point, as I've said, where you've got to say and almost reiterate to yourself over and over that you're not the guilty party in any of this.
We need to trust ourselves again. Have faith in ourselves.
Absolutely.
Remember who we were or who we were meant to be. Yeah.
Mm,
Crystal saying this is a question. Crystal was asking a question, saying I'm sorry. Yeah, we have to really work on that, because if we're not, I mean, obviously if you do something wrong or hurt someone's feelings accidentally, of course you apologize. But Crystal saying a question that we should all ask and take inventory of, if not every day, every week, or at least once a month. What was that question, Crystal? Did you catch it, Gemma,
no,
in
I
the
don't
chat?
think I did.
You want to see what she wrote? She says, "Can I and should I trust them?" Ah, those closest around me. Well, Gemma, you pointed out such a great question for everyone's mental health. Yes,
Mm,
especially for me, right? And I'm sure you can agree, Crystal. I don't know. Let me know. Those of us that are working on our mental health and doing what we need to become stronger, right, and happier and healthier mentally, physically, emotionally.
yeah.
When we get into new relationships now, friend relationships, work relationships, any kind of relationships, even me reconnecting with family members that I hadn't seen because I was isolated. It's not that I don't trust, but I do pay more attention to how people speak, how people behave.
Mm, yeah,
All the years that I ignored the red flags, I ignored and excused bad behaviors from people. I
yeah.
tolerated disrespect,
Mhm.
and ain't not gonna happen again.
Not on my watch.
No, sorry. It's amazing. It's like, I know for a fact, I'm sure you can agree, I would never tolerate that again. No
No.
way. Yeah, Crystal saying, "Are they really for us?" Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I part of letting go for me was letting go of a lot of people, a lot of acquaintances and even family members that just didn't make me feel safe, or respected or worthy. And
Yeah.
a lot of those relationships I'm sure will circle back around, but right now I have to focus on me, and when we're dealing with our mental health, we really need to be just a little bit selfish, something a lot of us don't know, being
Yeah.
people pleasers.
Yeah. I mean,
And we
a lot of improving our mental health is knowing that it is okay to set that time aside, and it is okay to have time to ourselves without and learning to let go of the guilt and the obligations that a lot of us feel like we've got to abide by.
Mhm. Did you know in the US, anxiety disorders affect over 40 million adults in the United States alone?
Blimey.
That's a lot of people.
It is
And
almost too many.
depression, yeah, depression is the leading cause of disability
Mm,
worldwide.
I can believe that because very few people actually know the impacts that depression can have on somebody.
And how about people who don't have medical insurance or health insurance or can't go speak to anyone or don't know where to go for support? Like what would you recommend for them? Where do
I
you start?
I would say reach out to people in their support circle and let trusted people know how they feel. But also, you can never underestimate the power of just sitting down and writing your thoughts, feelings, whatever's going on for you at that time. You cannot underestimate that.
Mhm. Crystal is saying, when we actually hurt someone, encounter a true miscommunication or misunderstanding, then we, meaning us, and those we are in a relationship with, we all can say, I am sorry and will for you. And will you forgive me? She continues.
Mm,
Exactly. Exactly. And that's like healthy apologizing.
yeah.
I just realized that. I didn't know how to apologize in a healthy way for a healthy reason. That's how unhealthy I was
Mm,
mentally.
yeah. It's so weird the position that it puts us in, and we don't realize it at the time.
And that's a red flag for us to flag our own mental health. If you find yourself out there apologizing for every little thing, start to think about it.
Yeah.
Are
I
you being a
mean,
people pleaser? Right? How
one
would you
thing,
define a people pleaser?
oof,
Being one.
I'd say somebody that says yes to everything
Hmm.
and doesn't listen to their own thoughts, feelings, or even look at their schedule to see if they can fit it in. They almost,
Overextending.
yeah, they almost bend round what other people want to be able to fit in and feel like they need to fit in,
And for me,
which,
it was like, I didn't want to disappoint anyone.
mhm,
I don't even know if I really thought out, oh, they're not going to like me. I don't think I thought that, but I know a lot of people I talk to do say that they
yeah,
feel like they're not going to be liked or accepted. So they
yeah,
go out of their way, overextend themselves, people please. And then what happens? We're exhausted. We're mentally drained, physically drained
mhm.
sometimes.
Mhm. I mean, I was saying to mum the other day that I had this nickname at secondary school, and I
Mhm.
actually got a certificate that said Miss Reliable on it.
Wow. Do you
Well,
believe you were a people pleaser that young? What was
yeah,
it, the second grade?
it I think it must have been around then,
What was
but
that, about 8 years old?
I was I think I was around 10, 11, somewhere around there. Um,
Okay.
but getting a certificate at that age with Miss Reliable written on it,
Yeah.
it was
That's, mm,
it was
that's,
insane.
I know Crystal was just agreeing with you. I don't know if you caught that. You see what she's saying?
Yeah. A people pleaser is someone who has a strong desire to make others happy, often at the expense of their own needs or desires. They tend to prioritize others' feelings and comfort over their own.
So what?
Sometimes,
Oh, I'm sorry.
sometimes going out of their way to avoid conflict or to gain approval. People pleasers often struggle with saying no, fear rejection, or worry about letting others down.
Do you remember feeling that way in the second grade when you got that certificate?
Yeah, because I was always one of those kids that was in class really early and offering to help out people and things like that. And I think that stuck with me.
Crystal's agreeing. She's saying Miss Reliable. Oh my goodness, that is very telling, Gemma.
Mm, yeah. But it's only now that I sit back and think, wow, really?
Who
You
who
know?
was I back then? So I guess it's safe to say that we picked this up at such a young age, and it just continues into our adult relationships.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's such a strange thing, and you get used to wanting or almost needing others' approval through being like that.
And
It
sometimes like think about the other students in the class. Did you feel like you fit in?
No.
I
No,
can relate
I
because I didn't
never
feel
fit
like I
in.
fit in. That's why I'm asking. Like, you don't quite know why,
Mhm,
and you want to be liked. I wonder well, I
yeah,
had, traumatic things happen when I was a child, but
mhm.
I don't know. I don't know why else you would feel that way so young.
Yeah, I mean, my, dad used to really, um, get it into my head to be respectful, considerate of others. He always had a strict routine for us at home. If I'd break anything, it would always be the worst thing. So I think it was probably a little bit of my upbringing filtering its way in, um, and definitely feeling like I was walking on eggshells sometimes,
Yeah,
which
you didn't wanna upset anyone,
no, no,
kinda
and
like
I
that.
I think that fed into a lot of the way I was at school.
That makes sense. Yeah, Crystal is saying there's often a delay in our emotional responses, feelings, reactions, and then deciding what is going to be my actual actions. Can you relate to that, Gemma?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. I would spend ages debating.
Really?
Yeah, over I mean, if a teacher would ask a question in class, I would know the answer,
Mhm.
but I was so, scared that it would be the wrong answer that I would just sit there and just debate in my head whether to put my hand up and answer the question or not.
But at home, would you speak up or were you more quiet at home?
I was quiet at home.
Okay. So you kind of that was like a place for you to express yourself
Yeah,
by debating,
yeah,
but then also people pleasing.
exactly.
Ah, interesting. I
Yeah.
feel like Dr. Mack, my psychiatrist. He has me every week I get homework. So
Oh, yeah.
my homework this week is to start to express myself via communication because if
Mm.
something's bothering me, and it could be something little, it could be something silly, just day-to-day life kind of stuff, nothing really emotional, but I still like just am quiet. I'm just very quiet. And he's like, you need to speak up. So I'm learning how to speak up for myself. That's on
Yeah.
my list of things to work on for next week.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? How much we let other people dictate what we say, when we say it, how we say it,
Hmm.
without even realizing.
Crystal is saying, since there is a delay in our reactions, feelings about what happened in the past, starting to be more mindful of your thoughts, feelings, processing, and actions. Yeah, we can take ourselves, we take control of our lives. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we are doing now by taking care of our mental health.
Yeah.
So at what age did you realize, or was it recently, that you were a people pleaser, and what have you done to not feel the need to make everyone else happy and to start putting yourself and your mental health first?
I first realized that I was a people pleaser the beginning of last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that I needed to take a step back and look at where I was at and what I need to be doing and all that kind of stuff because I hit burnout.
Mm.
I just felt like a zombie. So that's when I knew. And that's when I looked into doing my mind map of where I wanted to go, what my passions were, and who I was allowing time for. But I
Mhm.
made sure that I included myself in
Yes.
that time. And I had
Yeah.
never done that before.
Crystal saying, take control of our lives. Yes. Who's
Yeah.
been there? Burnout. I have, Crystal. Not fun.
Mhm.
I did a video over on SCTV Network on YouTube, and I think I titled it "I've Hit a Wall" because
Mhm.
I was done. I was, oh my gosh, I took on so much, and I was emotionally not very strong still. Physically, I was weak.
Mhm.
Mentally, I was weak, and I
Mhm.
had come so far. I think that we can do all the things and get the help, but it's still a process, and we need to give ourselves grace. We need to have patience with ourselves and
Mm.
understand that we're not going to heal all this overnight. It takes as
Exactly.
long as it takes. And I don't know about you, but for me, I had to add things along the way,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know.
Gradually,
Hmm.
not all at once.
Right. So I tried therapy, and then, I mean, now I'm doing journaling because of you with your journaling with Gemma over on Imperfect TV.
Yeah.
It's really, you really have gotten me back into writing. So thank you so much. Because I'm like, I got to check this out. And
Yeah.
just the way you're so calming
It's
when you
necessary,
talk.
and it's great to actually write with a pen. I
Mhm.
don't know whether you found that as well, like, it lets your thoughts almost come easier to you?
Mhm. And, for me, I do weird, quirky things, okay? So, for me, my brain was on off for a long time. I was on
Mhm.
autopilot for years. So, just writing again, it took effort on my part. Speaking again, expressing myself in any way, even writing. And I found that just changing my pen, I got a heavier pen, and it just made it more comfortable for me to write.
Yeah, it makes it feel easier, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you've checked her out yet, Crystal. Crystal's agreeing to go check you out over on Imperfect TV on YouTube. And
Everybody should.
yeah, Crystal, I don't know if you've done it yet, but maybe one of these days, Gemma will do a little journaling prompt with us on a live show, or give us, we
Yeah,
could all
I'd love
grab a
to.
piece of paper. I don't know, but do you have anything ready? Maybe when we come back from our break?
Absolutely. I have a couple of prompts here that I can absolutely share.
Excellent. So why doesn't everybody, I think we're going to take a break in a few minutes. maybe if everyone would like to grab a piece of paper and a pen, I know I'm going to. Yeah, journaling
Yeah.
live, Crystal saying. Crystal, make sure you get a pen and paper. Oh, actually, Crystal, you can write maybe something in the chat
Yeah.
off the prompt.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I'll share what I write for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
do it.
Looking forward to that. Live journaling when we come back, or prompt then. Yeah. We'll write it over the break. Oh, why don't we do that? Why don't you give us, could you do that before we take a break? That's a great idea,
Ah,
Crystal.
absolutely.
Okay, so let me give you a second. I'm going to grab my paper and a pen. Give me a second and give me a prompt. And then when we take a break, I can share what I wrote. And maybe
Yeah.
if anyone else wants to share in the chat, that would be great.
Yeah.
What do you have for us?
So the first prompt is, when was the last time I put my own needs first? And how did it make me feel? Did I feel empowered?
Hold on.
Okay.
When was the last time that I
I,
put my needs first?
yeah,
That goes good with our people-pleasing discussion earlier.
exactly. And how did it make me feel?
Okay, and how did it make me feel? Oh, I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna need a couple minutes to think of this.
Mm. Did I feel empowered or did I feel guilty? What was the outcome?
Howard, guilty. I'm trying to think as I'm writing it. This is why I see you need a few minutes to digest
Mm.
it and process this. Empowered or guilty? Do you remember your first time?
When the last time was? I do, and I did feel guilty.
You did.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna share mine when we come back.
Oh,
Could you repeat that one more time slowly for anyone writing it,
of course I can.
please?
So, when was the last time I put my own needs first? And how did it make me feel? Did I feel empowered? Or did I feel guilty? What was the outcome?
It's a great question. And thank you, Crystal, for typing it out in the chat for everybody.
Absolutely. That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, Crystal's saying you could compare and write about your first time also.
That's a good thing to do.
I'm trying to think. First time that I put my needs first. I'm serious. I don't remember.
It's scary, isn't it?
Probably because for me it wasn't that long ago.
Mm.
So what would you suggest? Okay. So if someone is doing this journaling, and obviously when we take a break, I'm going to give it some thought, but what would you suggest to someone that hasn't taken that first step yet? How would you open them up to start journaling?
I'd say look at a page, treat it as one step, treat it as your first step, and write, and just let whatever comes into your mind come out on the paper.
I like that. All right. Crystal saying, I don't know if I remember either, girls. Maybe because for me, it was one step forward and 3 steps back too many times. Yes. I agree, Crystal. Crystal's also saying others seem to start and keep moving forward without stopping or setting back. Okay, we have to be patient with ourselves.
We
It takes as
do.
long as it takes.
Absolutely.
Point is, Crystal's continuing. Yeah, I took how many? Yeah, do not quit. Exactly.
I could not agree more.
Just keep going. We'll be right back, everybody. Don't forget your journaling prompt. If you want to join us in the chat on the way back, when we come back, share with us when was the first time that you put your needs first and how did it make you feel? We'll see you in a few minutes.
Roller coaster ride, hands up in the sky, take you on a ride, love to feel the high. We can start again, laughing to the end, screaming at the top, hope it never stops. We could do it all over, dream is bringing us closer, superstar you're like Nova. Oh, so incredible one time, gotta let it go tonight, wanna know what it feels like, yeah. We going up, we take it down, let's spice it up, baby, right here and now, hey, nothing could be better, so high up in the clouds, let's make it last forever, can nothing bring us down, oh, roller coaster, roller coaster ride, hands up in the sky, take you for a ride, love to feel the high. We can start again, laughing to the end, screaming at the top, hope it never stops. We can do it all over, dream is bringing us closer, superstar you're like Nova. Oh, so incredible one time, gotta let it go tonight, wanna know what it feels like, yeah. We go
Welcome back, everybody. So,
Hey,
Gemma,
everyone.
there you are. I was working hard on my journaling prompt, but I just want to welcome everybody back. This is Susie Cosman from NATV and SZTV. I'm here with Gemma Blythe from Imperfect TV and Crystal Tees, aka and Crystal Black. Hi. Over on our live chat. So say hi to her too, but definitely check out Crystal Tees TV over on YouTube. And let's get right into it, Gemma. So we had a little homework during our break.
We did.
Yeah. So I was working at it. Do you want to read the journaling prompt again? And if
Of
anyone
course.
has joined us or wants to join us in the chat and let us know what you came up with or how you feel about it, what you got on paper, please do so.
Yeah, that would be interesting. So, when was the last time I put my own needs first? And how did it make me feel? Did I feel empowered or did I feel guilty? What was the outcome?
Okay, so during the break, I thought about it and I wrote a couple things down. I think when I have more time, I could definitely continue writing, and I guess that's all part of it, right? To start, and then we
Yeah.
can always go back and add to it. But before the break, I was saying I couldn't think of when was the first time I remember putting my needs first. And
Yeah.
then I started writing, like you said, and it started coming out. And I wrote, I'm going to share it. Okay. I just wrote a little bit. I could
Yeah.
probably keep going and going now that the floodgate is open in writing. And I
Yeah.
wrote, the first time I put my needs first was when I made the decision to finally move home. Oh my gosh, I'm going to cry. Oh, so it was after at least a year of my family, like literally begging me to come home. I like Crystal was saying before in the chat, I would, mentally get it together and I would take a step forward and there I'd go 3 steps back again. And every time my family would come up and they'd pick me up, take me back home to New York. And my godmother says to this day, she says, every time we got to the bridge, right? We got to the White Stone Bridge going into New York City from Connecticut.
Yeah.
I would turn into Susie. I'd come back and she would recognize little Susie again. And I would do just fine here with her a couple days. And then I'd be like, oh, I got to go back home. I got to go back to the kids, to this, to that. Oh, all the responsibilities, all my people pleasing things. And she would bring me back home because that was what I wanted. And she said, as soon as we got back there, I would completely just deteriorate in front of her eyes. And then finally, when I made that decision to put my needs first, was, I think it was like last September. I think it was about September, August, September. And I remember I had come down for a visit and I had started coming down on my own. Like she wasn't picking me up. I was doing well. I was doing the one step forward, like Crystal was saying. And I came down to visit and I went back to Connecticut. And I remember exactly, I was living at the farm in the farmhouse, taking care of the horses at night, feeding them. And I was in my car down the street, and I had time before I was feeding, and I was sitting there, and I'll never forget. And writing just brought it back to me. I heard the old, I don't know if you know Ozzy Osbourne from
Oh, yeah.
way
Yeah.
back Black Sabbath days, but this is, I think, him on his own. The song Mama, I'm Coming Home
Mm,
came on the radio,
God.
and I was like, you know what? I'm going home.
Mm,
And I made the decision, and I called her up, and I remember telling her I've decided to come home, and she was just elated. She didn't really quite believe it yet. So
mm.
until I started like physically breaking my stuff down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's amazing. It literally just started flooding back.
Mm,
But I got to tell you, you asked the question. What did you ask after? When was the first time I put my needs first, and how did it make me feel? You
yeah.
said, did you feel, what was the first one?
Empowered.
Empowered. Well, I didn't feel empowered. I felt the second one.
Guilty.
I felt guilty.
Mm.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's amazing when we've got ties to so many different things. It's amazing how that same feeling of guilt can creep in. But almost writing it down and seeing it, it can bring your attention to the way that you're feeling, which is incredible.
Okay, so if I look at the words, literally look at the words, I know no one could see my paper here, but
Mhm.
if I look at this and I look at, yeah, it seems like, what was I doing? Right?
Yeah.
Putting everyone's needs before my own. And I felt guilty for not taking care of my mental health, my physical health, my well being, my future. And guess what? After I left, this is where I could still write, okay? This is where I need to go back to the journaling prompt and
Yeah.
continue, because
Mhm.
now that I'm talking about it, it's opening it all up. The backlash from everyone who is still there, right? The
Mhm.
ones, like, people got angry because I chose myself to put my needs first.
Mm.
And the rumors and the half truths and the lies and the stories and
Mhm.
all the flying monkeys
Yeah.
just came out of the woodwork
Mhm.
and tried to bring me down and make me feel worse. And it was then that I realized, like, wow, I have everybody else's best interest. I put that
Yeah.
first, right? What will make everyone else happy? But no one the whole time cared about what was good for me. And it
Mm.
was very sad. It hurts.
Yeah. It's that realization sometimes that you fill everybody else's cup, but then you realize very quickly who fills yours.
Mine had holes in it.
Mm.
Tell you that. Not
Yeah.
even a drain. Wow. Crystal, did you write anything? I'm curious. I don't know if she wants to share anything in the chat with us. Oh, Crystal's agreeing. Yeah, it's sad, Susie. It does hurt. The grieving process is rough. It took a long time. It took a long time for me. I'm just now, yeah, writing it. I'm gonna go back to this and see what else comes out, because obviously there's still stuff pent in there. Because I immediately got emotional when I started reading it.
Yeah.
So Gemma, I think Crystal's gonna share what she wrote during the break in the
Amazing.
chat. So maybe you can look out for that if you
Yeah.
want to read it and share for her.
Mhm.
Did you write anything new in the chat? In the chat. I'm sorry, for the journal prompt during the break, Gemma.
I did, yes.
What did you come up with?
As is normal for me, about 3 paragraphs.
Oh, okay. You write
Um,
quick.
yeah, it just all came out of my head all at once.
Let's hear it if you want to share.
Absolutely. So, the first time I put my own needs first, was during therapy when I had to do my homework. But that's also when the guilt crept in. However, I constantly had my phone pinging at the side of me, adding to the guilt and anxiety I was feeling. I was feeling like I was letting people down, purely from taking time for me. However, I quickly learned to put my phone on Do Not Disturb and wake up before everyone else. And that was a game changer for me, as it allowed me to think clearly without feeling beholden to what others wanted from me. Then, when I discovered the ice bath, that was the biggest game changer for me, as I had the best of both worlds. I was outside, my phone was nowhere near me. I concentrated on my breath and visualized all of the negativity leaving my body, with just the sounds of the birds and nature around me, not being controlled. That's what I wrote.
I could see it as you were saying it. Wow.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Journaling can be.
How does it
I mean,
feel for you reading it out compared to writing it? Like after you write it to reread it, do you feel differently than as you were writing it?
yeah, it almost feels better
Mhm.
reading it out as well as writing. But I always encourage people to reflect back on what they've written as well, because I still look back on my first few journal entries, and that then holds almost a bigger power, because you can almost see how far you've come.
How old were you when you started journaling?
I must have been about 13, 14. Yeah.
Crystal's writing, great job, ladies. Wow, Gemma, that description was, yeah, that was really great, Gemma. So
I've al
Crystal, I think Crystal has something to share. Okay, you want to read it, Gemma? Can you see it?
Yeah,
She wrote it out for you.
absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Why don't you share that?
I wrote about last time putting my needs was today and yesterday.
And this is Crystal.
Okay. To keep it real, it's either once a day or once a week, sometimes once a month. Then it is literally from today and yesterday, as the last time I put myself first. Sometimes I have allowed too much time in between based on what others are doing, based on how they are reacting to me, etc.
She continues being more detailed, honest with him. Oh no, I'm sorry. Can you see what you want to continue? I missed a whole paragraph there of Crystals. Can you see it, Gemma? You want to continue reading it
Yeah,
so beautifully?
yeah. I spoke with my psychiatrist yesterday for the month, and it was tougher. It was a tougher conversation about how to make myself and my goals the priority. Being more detailed, honest with him was a way of putting my needs first instead of hiding, isolating from myself, running away from myself. Mm,
It's pretty deep too, Crystal.
it is.
I don't know if she continues, but yeah, I can relate to what she's saying about like yesterday, last
Yeah,
week, tomorrow. Depends on everyone around us, right?
exactly.
She
Exactly.
says, yeah, letting those know, those around me know how I am taking care of myself, sharing what I am doing with medications, making me time, etc. Instead of saying not your business, stop spying on me. Like none your business. I could see Crystal. None your biz. Mind
Yeah.
your business, right, Crystal? But to show them who I truly am, not to hide anything.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sure you can relate too. It's like what you were saying when you were younger with your dad, like kind of walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
We hide who we truly are to keep what? To keep the peace.
To keep the peace, being afraid of what others will think, being afraid of breaking away, and just being a free spirit.
Mm-hmm. This
But
is great. This has been great.
it's incredible the way that journaling can just make our minds almost relax and just allow us those few moments of just peace.
Taking time for ourselves
Mm.
instead of everybody else. And it's true, I think, like we were saying earlier, when we do this people pleasing and walking on eggshells, we don't realize how much we really betray ourselves.
Yeah.
We're really hurting ourselves.
Mm.
We don't have any energy left for us.
No.
That's how I felt anyway. I don't know if anyone can relate to that, but oh, I was always tired, and had to put on the happy face. Did you do that too? Always smiling and
Yeah.
Susie Sunshine.
Mhm.
But meanwhile inside I was empty.
I mean,
Totally.
my favorite thing to do was say, "I'm fine."
Mhm.
How many of us have said that when
Yep.
things really aren't fine?
No. That's a red flag too, right? When you
Mhm.
and you ever think about like I do now that I'm out of the situation, I think of like all the people around me clearly had to notice something was off. I know my family in New York when they would maybe because they didn't live with me, right? They didn't see me all the time. So when they would visit years ago,
Mhm.
they said I wasn't the same. And they stopped coming to visit because I would keep myself busy and not even talk to them. It was terrible. I could see it now, but while I was in it,
Yeah.
I just pretended everything was okay.
Mm. It's crazy, isn't it? How many masks we all have to hide behind when things aren't right. And we know when things aren't right because our minds react differently, our bodies react differently to different situations that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, for me, I didn't know I wasn't right until I got out of it completely. Now I see clearly just how not right everything was. I was not right. Everything was dysfunctional and everything was so painful. It was like even just like I said in previous shows over on SCTV network, just showering or brushing my teeth. I had a hard time just taking care of basic needs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, our own needs are the first things to slip, or at least that's what I found.
I can totally relate to that. Even sleeping.
Mhm.
I was so dysregulated in so many ways that I wasn't sleeping and night terrors and anxiety and all that. I think Crystal's continuing what her journaling boy, you girls write fast. I'm just starting, so I'm going to give myself a break. Just starting the writing process again. But I love how much both of you got out. Do
Yeah,
you have another one to share? Like a quick one that maybe I can, while you're reading crystals, I can answer?
I do. Hang
Another
on.
prompt?
Let me see.
Yeah, give me
So,
something to work on, and then maybe you can read crystals,
okay.
the end of hers.
So, what are 3 things I wish I had more time for? And what's stopping me from making them a priority?
Okay, you want to read that one more time for me? I'm
Yeah.
writing it out while you do yours.
What are 3 things I wish I had more time for? And what's stopping me from making them a priority?
What's stopping me from
Making them a priority.
I'm going to work on this.
Okay.
Crystal
So,
wrote hers in the chat. Can you see it over there? It might be
yeah,
in the other chat, Gemma. See if you could find it.
I
You scroll back
can.
a little bit.
So, Crystal says, being in healing and process of undoing, unlearning, unplugging from the programming and that family and society set on me. Even if some of those folks are the ones who hurt me. It doesn't matter right now. I reminded myself to keep the peace, to push out of another situation and not keep hurting myself, but pushing on them too hard. Since I went in the opposite direction of people pleasing to making them mad, too mad. Because that is bad and hurtful to me until I get more space again.
Wow, that's a lot.
It is, isn't it?
Crystal, you went through it. I'm so glad both of you are able to express it and get it all out as you do. I can't
It's
wait to get to that point. I mean, I can verbally get it out now, and I think going to therapy has helped me with that tremendously.
yeah, therapy cannot be underestimated.
You know, over the years, I tried it a few times, and maybe it just wasn't a good match. It wasn't the right time. I clearly wasn't ready. And then when I finally met Dr. Mack, my psychiatrist that I've been with for like 4 years now, he's like the only person on the face of the earth that probably truly knows who I am. That man
Mm,
knows everything. And I just feel so he earned my trust. He was one of the first
mm,
people I think in my lifetime that I can say I truly trust. And I'm
mm,
so grateful for that. Like if you try therapy and you can I mean, it takes a while to be comfortable. This isn't going to happen like in 1 or 2 or 3. Shoot. I think it took me months and months to feel really comfortable. But don't give up. Don't give up on therapy. Don't give up on talk therapy. And if you're not clicking with the first or second or even third therapist, just keep
mhm.
trying. Try someone different. Even
Yeah,
support groups are great. We have the women's center, the shelters, have been so helpful to me.
absolutely. I mean, spaces online are also incredible.
Mm,
Um, but when you find I call it the sweet spot with therapists,
mhm.
because you know who's right for you, um, and you know when they can be trusted.
And you
Um,
have to give it a little time, would you agree?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first therapist I had was male, and because of my experiences as a teenager, he said to me, Are you okay talking to me? And that was something I hadn't even thought of. But the fact that he thought to ask that
Yeah.
was unbelievable.
Yeah, I think Crystal can relate to you. I don't know if you see what she's writing in the chat. You want to read that?
Yes, I can. So, oh my gosh, Crystal, you type so fast.
She's great.
She is. So, I am putting myself first by making them, those around me, step back, vibrationally telling them to give me some room. I will show you again, yet again, and myself who I am, who I have been, despite anybody's overshadowing me, dimming my light on what I have to offer. So powerful, Crystal. This all makes me feel more at peace and proud of myself after making mistakes of reacting too much in others' anger to me, being upset and hurt over and over. That will make you relive and re-traumatize yourself. Trust me, I know full well. All of us do, and we understand what you are going through. Comment here, shout out, if you know what I'm saying. And then a quote from me, therapy cannot be underestimated. Crystal, that's all so powerful and so deep and emotional. It's so great what you've got out. And then she says, wow, great point, Gemma, about that male therapist who was thoughtful enough to ask you about your thoughts and feelings in doing therapy with him. Yes, that was something that I hadn't considered previously, but definitely when other people consider how you would feel talking to them, that can be a great indicator of whether they'll be a great match for you and whether they'll be somebody that you can see yourself opening up to. Because it's no good trying to open up to people who might be judgmental or might be intimidating as well, right? That's one thing, well, two things that should be taken into consideration when you think about therapy or think about opening up to someone. And Crystal also says, here's another quote from one of my books, Talking Mental Health and Trauma Reprocessing. Give sorrow words, the grief that does not speak knits up over wrought heart and bids it break. That's so true. That's so true. The more we can put words to our thoughts, the easier they are to manage and process. And that's what journaling's absolutely brilliant for. And you can find more journaling over on Imperfect TV Network with me over on a Monday morning on there where we journal with authenticity. Yeah, that's a William Shakespeare quote. Macbeth. I love Macbeth. Yeah, keep it classy and classic. Ladies, I forgot that one from Macbeth. One of the only writings/plays I actually enjoyed from English class. I can so relate. Yes, I do. I do. I love Macbeth. The whole mythology side of it. I love it. You can't beat the power of words and the power of sharing thoughts and feelings with others. It's one of the best things for your mental health. I think I mentioned before, maybe on Imperfect TV, the fact of how powerful poetry can be, and sharing, just finding a way to get your thoughts out onto a page, maybe if not just in any order, because there doesn't have to be any order to anything. It doesn't have to be perfect. Crystal says, we all three relate on so many levels. Seems like our audience, our peeps here do too. That's so great to hear. And remember that you can share in the comments. This is your safe space. So please, please use it. Oh, Crystal. There doesn't have to be any order to anything. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be perfect. Yes, that's so true. So true. If I'd lived by that when I was younger, I honestly think that I would have been a lot easier on myself. Oh, Crystal says, wow, if only I knew Gemma when I was younger. That's so lovely to hear. Crystal said, I would have loved and much needed that many years ago. Yeah. It's so good to have other people that you can bounce thoughts and feelings off of without feeling judged as well. And I think as well, that's where journaling, being able to ground yourself, is so powerful, because it allows yourself to reconnect not only with yourself, but your surroundings and who you are as well. Crystal says, we all had to learn ourselves. Thankful for all the resources and other hard ways we learned, are still learning. So true. So, so true. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not learning something new. And Crystal says, we continue to learn from one another. We are all connected. Yeah, there's so much to be said for people that have been through something similar. It's those similarities which connect people together. It's so, so great to hear that. I've also got some journaling statistics here to share. A study from Cambridge University over in the UK found that expressive writing can reduce stress and improve emotional well-being. So if you imagine the power that could have of building a journaling habit up over a period of time, what would that do to your life? How would that improve your life? And then going on from that, a 2023 survey revealed that 83% of people who journal regularly feel more in control of their emotions. So when you think about how you wrote down and considered your emotions while you were writing, there's a reason that people reflect back on what they write. And there's a reason it's useful when they reflect back. Crystal says, expressive writing. I love that term also. In addition to journaling, free writing. What do you all do? Yes, I would love to know that. And then she continues, wow, that stat and truth about journaling and being more in control of our emotions. It is true. Yes, it is. It gets you to think about your processes and your emotions as part of a process. And then Crystal says, even though sometimes journaling gets annoying to me. Yes. And then she says, because I have done it for so long. How long have you been journaling for, Crystal? And then Crystal says, but gosh, I get tired of writing by hand or typing or whatever sometimes. It makes me feel neurotic. Yes, I understand that. I so understand that. Because it's like all your thoughts coming to you at one time, and it can make you feel as though you are scribbling non-stop just to get everything out on the page. Yes, I can understand that. Oh, wow, since you were a young child. Wow. And now I am 40, off and on, but many, many years. Wow, did you keep any of those journals? And do you look back over them? Yeah, neurotic as in always about my thoughts, feelings, and going through them each day over and over. Yes, I can relate to that. Oh, it's such a shame when Crystal says, I don't know where they all went. That's such a shame. Because being able to look back over them is, yeah. Some of them, yes, I have. Oh, good. At least you've kept some of them. Yeah, Crystal says, yes, I have more in the past year. And I was like, wow. It can be so powerful having that chance to reflect back and to be able to track how far you've come. Because it can be so easy just to write words on a page and then think, yeah, well, that's done. Put it to the side. No. Go back, read through it, and learn how far you've come from that one thing you wrote, no matter how many years ago that was. And then Crystal says, my life seemed to all make sense. Even the most simple, silly, dumb details I wrote, like what I ate, what I watched, happenings in my life. And then she continues, even apart from breaking down the tough thoughts, dumping emotions out on the page to get them out of your head.
Wow, thanks for sharing all that, Crystal.
Yeah.
Gemma, before we take another commercial break, can you share another journal prompt with us to work on?
Of course. Give me just a second. I'm going to have a
Okay.
rummage.
A rummage.
Yes.
Is
I
that
have,
a UK phrase? Is
it
that like a
is.
look? What we would
Yeah.
call a look over here in the States? I love
Yeah.
it. It sounds so cute though when you say
Yeah.
it.
I must admit, it's a bit like Paper Central over here.
Oh yeah. A lot of journaling going on.
Oh, yes. It never stops.
Do you have a favorite pen?
I do. Yeah. I love the ones with like the gel ink that are really smooth over the page.
It matters. Thank you, Crystal. That was awesome. You know, I'm learning so much about both of you too. I love it. It's like
Yeah.
getting deep inside of you.
Yeah.
It's very inspiring to see, you know, I see you now and I've only met you both, right? Crystal a little over a year ago and you just recently. And it's so incredible to like get a little glimpse into who you were and who you are becoming and who you are now. It's like very inspiring.
Yeah. For me
Definitely,
too.
I'm sure gives people hope, right? If you feel stuck right now, if you're in a bad place, please know you won't stay there. You will grow, you will heal. Just just stay focused, keep going, keep your support system.
Absolutely.
Let us know if any of us can help you. You can always, you know, write to me and go check out SCTV Network over on YouTube. And of course, Gemma Blythe over on Imperfect TV and Crystal Tease. All right, I got my pen ready. I'm ready for my
So,
next prompt.
are you ready?
Yes.
So the next prompt is, what emotions tend to surface when you think about your trauma or experience triggers?
Could you read that a little slower for me? I'm going to
Of
write it down.
course. So, what emotions tend to
Mm-hmm.
surface when you think about your trauma or experience triggers?
What emotions tend to surface when you think
About
about
your
mm-hmm,
trauma or experience triggers?
trauma or experience triggers? That's a good one. I think Crystal wrote it down. Thank you, Crystal.
Oh, thank
Crystal's
you,
writing it in the
Crystal.
chat for us. So if anyone needs to go back and check that out, please do. And I'm going to work on this while we take another few minute break. And we'll see you guys on the other side. You want to read it one more time, Gemma, just in case someone's still writing, or they can go back and look at the chat?
Of course, I'll read it one more time.
Thank you.
So, what emotions tend to surface when you think about your trauma or experience triggers?
Okay, everybody, we'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to go take a break and work on this next journal prompt. See you in a few.
Be right back.
Got a long list of debt I'm stuck in. See the quicksand and I jump right in. Pushing me down, down, down while I'm drowning. Exhaling all the pain so it don't sink in. All these other people talk about me like they know me. I ain't looking for a handout, just a hand that wants to hold me. But you use that against me, so I'll keep holding on. All these other people trying to act like they know. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then throw it all in my face. You're putting weight on my shoulders, it's hard enough getting older. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then hold it over my head. I'm paying off all the baggage, so I don't know you a damn thing. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors. I don't know how to ask for some help. Don't want a burden, I'll do it all by myself. Credit the sound of all the avoidance. Easier to ignore what's really hurting. All these other people talk about me like they know me. I ain't looking for a handout, just a hand that wants to hold me. But you use that against me, so I'll keep holding on. All these other people trying to act like they know. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then throw it all in my face. You're putting weight on my shoulders, it's hard enough getting older. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then hold it over my head. I'm paying off all the baggage, so I don't know you a damn thing. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then throw it over my face. You're putting weight on my shoulders, it's hard enough getting older. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors, then hold it over my head. I'm paying off all the baggage, so I don't know you a damn thing. Do me a favor, don't do me any favors.
Red, 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 Ready or not. Ready. Ready or not. Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not. Ready. Ready or not. Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not. Ready. Ready or not. Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and then yo. I play my enemies like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
Hello, hello.
Everybody, we are back. Hey, Gemma.
Hey, Susie.
I'm Susie Cosbin from SCTV Network, and I'm here with Gemma Blythe from Imperfect TV and Crystal Tees, Crystal Nicole Black from Crystal Tees TV. And if you haven't already, please go over to YouTube and check out our channels. And don't forget to subscribe. So before the break, Gemma, you had given us another journaling prompt.
I had, absolutely.
You want to reread the prompt, and then maybe I'll share first what I wrote down, and then maybe if Crystal
Absolutely.
wants to share and you.
Yeah. So, what emotions tend to surface when you think about your trauma or experience triggers?
Okay, so during the break, this was an easy one for me. The first prompt that you gave earlier in the show, I had to really think about. This one just kind of flooded out of me. I thought, well, at first I felt angry. I felt resentful, and a bit frustrated. And then I realized that I need to start being grateful for all the good things, right? I need to look forward to the future, feel good about things. And I started to just, I didn't really write it. I more thought about it. Just the feelings that came up. And it was more like just a wham of every feeling and emotion that I've been feeling. So that's another one I'm going to go back to, but I don't know, what did you come up with?
Again, I kind of thought about it, to be honest. This was an interesting one for me. My first instinct was claustrophobia and panicked. And then the anger came in, whereas before, when I've looked at this, it was fear. Which was interesting for me. So it just shows how when we think about things, and sometimes it doesn't have to be written, it's more useful when it's written because then you can look back over it. But sometimes you can just think about things and think how they make you feel, or you can even draw when it comes to journaling as well.
Oh, I
Which
like
is
that idea.
super interesting because you never know what's going to end up on that page.
I could definitely get into that. Funny, I just bought some some drawing paper too, not long ago, and some colored pencils.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try that and see what comes out. I used to love to do artwork. That's another thing, right? For taking care of our mental health. Start doing the things that you used to
Definitely.
do.
Yeah, and art therapy is massive at the
Have you
moment.
have you tried it?
I haven't. I am so eager to try different things. Um, because as a coach, I feel like it's important to look back and learn about all these different techniques that people are using
Mm.
because there seems to be so many that are creeping out that are just so interesting, way beyond like talking therapies
Right.
and things like that. There's just so many that people aren't aware of, and it's just so interesting.
Especially if we use them all together, right? I think it really it helps. Different techniques for different times or different feelings and things we're going through.
Yeah. Yeah, because different things can inspire us in so many different ways. And it's a bit like I said about the drawing techniques. Sometimes when you see a journaling prompt, and a bit like we both did, we thought about it. Sometimes that can be the right thing to do, whereas other times drawing can be the right thing to do. It's
Right.
all about what we feel in the moment.
I like
And it,
that for sure. I'm thinking because when I thought about it, what emotions tend to surface when I think about trauma or
Mhm.
experience triggers, and it was just a bunch of words that I wrote.
Mm,
It's like everything just came out at once, and then I tried to turn all that anger and rage, all those words, pity, frustration, into gratitude and hope and excitement for the future. But yeah, I think if I if I would have had pencils, right, colored pencils, so if I'm sitting
yeah,
by myself and I continue this, I could see when I'm talking about the rage and frustration, I
yeah.
would probably make like, I don't know, angry faces or
Mm,
scribbles. And then if I think about the future and the hope, the things I wrote, I would probably write, do a sunshine or something.
yeah.
So, what other techniques could you suggest to add to
Um,
journaling?
I could suggest doing mind maps as well. That's another incredible thing. A bit like you just said with writing the words down
Mhm.
on paper, but putting like the journaling prompt in the middle of the paper.
Okay. So, write
And
that out in the middle.
yeah, and then have like arrows going off from that in different directions all over the paper. And then you can write down like a single word or a phrase on the end of those arrows. And then you have something that's both illustrative but written as
Okay.
well.
Okay. So take me back now. So you do a circle in the middle and I
Yeah,
would write the prompt.
yeah,
So like how do I feel
yeah,
when I think of a trigger? Let's just start there, right? How do I
yeah,
And then you do arrows
yeah,
and then to each arrow what do I write? A feeling?
yeah. Feeling or thought or a phrase.
Oh, okay.
And these can be in different colors too.
Like that. What else could you suggest?
Um, I could suggest like writing down descriptive words as well to those
Mhm.
thoughts and feelings, because quite often then you can think of things in different ways and you can start flipping them into positives from negatives as well.
And what do you call
Um,
this? Mind maps?
yeah, yeah. How I like to remember it is just picturing your brain and then like all the different words just going around in your brain. Um,
Mhm.
and that's what comes into mind when somebody says a mind map to me.
that. Do you do this often?
I do. I actually did it the other day because it's a tool that I recommend for people to use because quite often it's done in CBT therapy over here. But I thought, well, if it's done for illustrating the triggers and things like that that can go on through processing trauma, I thought, well, maybe it can be flipped and used as a positive. So I use it for reconnecting with myself. So finding my own beliefs, values, things like that after trauma.
Love it. You think you'd try that, Crystal? Oh, I don't know if she can hear me. Okay, so that's called mind maps. Okay, so what I'm doing while you've been talking is I've been making a mind map.
Oh, I love that.
I just got these little boards and I use them. So I just started. This is how I feel when I get triggered, right? I start to feel the angry feelings first. And
Yeah.
then I'm like, no, I'm going to think of and feel what would future happiness feel like, right?
Yeah.
I have to have hope. I have to have hope for the future. I can't just keep it all negative. So I'm going to work on this because I really
Mhm.
like this. Totally like it. And I will also use these little things. I don't know if you do this. Do you do like every day or like I give myself like a weekly planner, right? So I'll write
Yeah.
my schedule out and then I start small and I do like 3 things I'm going to let go of. Cuz I pretty much let go of all the big things. So now I'm trying to focus on the little things. So this week, Dr. Mack gave me some homework, some things I need to work on for letting go. So 3 things I'm working on this week are letting go of feeling guilty for moving home. That was a big one. I'm letting go of the fear of standing up for myself and for always trying to make everyone happy around me. And I wrote like, that's how I feel
Yeah.
usually. And this is how I'm starting to feel. I'm starting to smile and I even like take showers now and wash my hair. So just having the visual has been so helpful to me because I can laugh. Like it's a little silly, it's a little childlike, taking care of my inner child.
Yeah. It's just another way of like creative expression. And it's so useful to use that as a type of reminder as well.
Mhm.
It's a bit like when I encourage people to write different affirmations and encourage them to turn negative feelings into positive ones and things like that. I always say, make sure you've got a list of those written somewhere where you can always refer back to them.
Mhm.
So then when you have like a dark moment or your mind goes into that negative thought pattern, it's just something that you can remind yourself to look back on.
See the
Be-
progress, right? How
Yeah,
far we've really come. Even if it's a baby step, like Crystal was saying before, going 1 step forward, 3 steps back. We
yeah,
still are going somewhere. We're still moving
yeah,
and we're aware of it.
yeah.
What else can you suggest? Hi, Mia. Mia's here.
Yay. Hey, Mia.
Have Gemma, I'm curious to know because I know Crystal does this. Do you do anything with inner child work? Going back to your childhood, healing those old wounds and traumas?
Yeah, recently I
Okay.
have um I've been going back into old childhood memories I had and learning and seeing if that's where some of my limiting beliefs have come from. And I've been doing a lot of journaling surrounding that just lately because that's so important because most of our limiting beliefs start from childhood.
Yeah. That's why I think it feels so good to take out the markers, break out the colored pencils. It's
Mhm.
like being a kid again.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It encourages that little spark of creativity. And I mean, even looking over old programs that I used to watch as a kid,
Mhm.
doing that is just so incredible because it's connecting me back not only with the happy memories,
Exactly.
but where I was during that time. And that's so, so
It's
useful.
healing, right? It really is. It's
Mm.
helpful. It's healing. Going back and kind of rewriting the script,
Yeah,
if you will.
yeah.
Mia's saying, sounds like a book she's reading, Not Bad Parts by Richard C. Schwartz. Never heard of that one, Mia. I have to check it out. Either one of you heard of that book? Oh, sounds interesting, right, Crystal? I don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah. Glad
Yeah,
for the book recommendation from Mia.
yeah, that's definitely one to look for.
Crystal put in some more information about it. So Not Bad Parts, it's about healing trauma and restoring wholeness with the internal family system model. It's a book by Richard C. Schwartz, and then it goes into some more about it. Very interesting. I have to check that out. What's the last book you read, Gemma? Anything good about mental health?
Uh, just trying to think. I know I read a book about I think it's Finding Your Voice or something like that by Fern Cotton. She does a lot of mental health books over in the UK,
Mm.
which is so interesting because she uses her own experiences with mental health to be able to do her own research and write books that are written for everybody. So none of the complex jargon or anything like that, just plain simple, easy to understand. So I read a lot of her books
And she
because
has personal experience, right? Real life
yeah,
experience. Yeah,
yeah,
that's important. I
because
think I
in
think
carry on.
no, I was just going to say I think we can relate better when we know the person went through similar situations. More
Absolutely.
credibility.
Yeah.
So Mia says the book talks about how one part of your brain fights another part of your brain. Anxiety versus you can do it. Hmm. I
Mm,
um I can relate to that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, like
yeah.
I'll now that I'm out of the situation, I'll start to get a little anxious. I don't know if anyone can relate to this. I get a little anxious and then I have to talk myself down. Like, you're fine. You're
Yeah.
good. You've
Yeah.
been through whatever. This is nothing, Even because I used to get overwhelmed just having to pay bills or make phone calls, all the little annoying daily things became so stressful.
Yeah.
So I can totally relate to that. I would tell my brain, yeah, anxiety, or just pick up the phone, get one call done.
Yeah. It's so crucial just to have that little reminder in there because when I went through anxiety, it was like waking up feeling like I was on the edge of a cliff, not knowing how to deal with certain things, not knowing what I was going to do, but my brain constantly going to the worst thing that could possibly happen during that day. And it was down to me to having to remind myself, a bit like you, Susie, that I was fine. I am okay. I can deal with this. But it's just weird how our bodies can and our minds can do that. And it's so fascinating to then go back and work through the processes of
Mhm.
how we got there in the first place.
It seems like a simple thing, but it really does help our mental health just to go through that process and take little steps.
Mm.
What else can you suggest?
Keeping something small,
Mhm.
so then when you get panicked, you can hold on to it in your pocket. So whether it's a stone, whether it's like a plush toy on a keyring, something like that that you can hold on to and let yourself know that you are okay and you are okay to feel in this moment as well. It's giving yourself that permission to feel and understand why you are feeling the way that you are feeling.
Kind of
Because,
like a little distraction, right? That you could
yeah,
refocus.
yeah. I mean, my favorite thing is just like putting like a stone in my pocket because the coldness from that lets me know that I am okay to look around and see what the trigger was around me
Right.
because that
And
can
like
be
we
another thing.
yeah, like we were saying before, like those 5 what was that, 5 little steps that we were talking about for mental health? So one is touch. Do you remember what were they? 5
Five
things you could
senses.
see.
Yeah, 5 things that you could see,
Mhm.
5 things that you can touch,
Okay.
etc. Just in any environment that you're in.
3 things you can smell, touch, see, and hear, right? Because I think we said, like, we can listen for the birds or
Of course, yeah.
yeah, something anything to distract us. Mia's
Yeah.
saying you can do it. One part is saying, but another part is saying, "I'm scared and I can't drive there." Okay, what do you make of that, Gemma? What do you
That's so true because sometimes with anxiety in particular, you get yourself into so many different situations and with grief as well, I would say, because it can make you almost avoid certain situations and avoid certain environments too. So if you've got yourself into that pattern of you can't do this because it's then allowing yourself to believe that you can't do that. But if you push that boundary, that negative boundary that's been developed, then that allows you to push past that and say, I can do this. And you actually start to believe that you can do it rather than talking yourself out of it all the time.
kinda like
Um,
retraining our brains, right?
yeah, retraining and reprogramming just
Mhm.
to stop the limiting beliefs that a lot of us are surrounded by all too often through different things like comparison online. That's a popular one. Um, and just allowing you to believe the negative thought patterns that your mind's got into through the different experiences that you may have been through.
Mhm. It becomes like habit. We're just so used to the negative talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I know Crystal was agreeing with you. Did you see what she wrote on the in the chat?
Yeah. Crystal said a great point about the sensor's trauma check in.
Mm.
We must distract ourselves to focus on something else to stop the constant re traumatization. Yeah, that's so true. Then she continues the body can only take so much, and the mind too. They both try to protect one another. So true.
Oh,
Then
I've
Chris,
I've lived that.
yeah,
Continue.
so have I. Then Crystal says that's why sometimes our memories, especially early childhood memories, can be blocked. Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal, like when those memories are blocked for me, right? So now I came back home
Hmm.
after so many years away and I will like revisit a place I used to go to or go past my childhood home And it's amazing. She's right. You're right, Crystal. It's blocked to protect
Yeah.
us. And now it's like, okay, if I revisit my childhood home, as I'm driving down the street, I'm remembering all the all the
Yeah.
feelings, all the memories, the good, the bad. And I'm at a point now, so I think it's healthy for us once we start working on our mental health to kind of go back and revisit certain things and see how differently we feel about them.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone can relate to that. Like if you go past your childhood home, maybe it used to bring up like
Mhm.
anxiety or stress or sadness, and now it's like, wow, it wasn't that bad. Or I can think of some good stuff that happened there too, I'm not like focused on all the
It's almost later on down the line, it's almost like gratitude for what
Mhm.
you did experience there. I know from the past experiences that I had, whenever I go towards the town where I used to live, I see my old childhood house across the fields. Um, and before I used to just think of, like you said, like the horrible memories and things that happened there. But now I think of it as just a step forward to be able to connect with others and to learn just how resilient I've been over the years without realizing it.
It's almost like it's in those moments when we can realize, wow, we really have done a lot of work on our mental health. We're really taking it seriously and doing something about it.
Yeah.
And when we go back and you can switch the narrative, it feels, don't you feel so proud of yourself?
Yeah. Yeah.
Crystal, can you relate to any of this? Like going back with old childhood memories and then either remaking them or revisiting them and feeling more positive? Yeah. So, what's another book you can recommend, Gemma? Something else you've read recently?
Ooh, this is gonna sound really bad, but I don't think I've read anything else recently.
That's okay. You've been busy.
Yeah, to do with mental health. It's been so chaotic, but I love reading, and I
Okay.
love learning new things. So
So
is
I
there
don't know if
anything you've
have
read?
you heard of this book, Mel Robbins, The Let Them Theory?
Yes, I have.
So, Crystal, have you read this yet? I don't know if Crystal has. Let me know in the chat, Crystal. But I've been reading it, and yes, I really agree with a lot of it. But at first, I was like, okay, let them. What are you telling me? Right? Like, let everyone walk all over me or let them disrespect me. And then as I get deeper into the book, I'm like, oh, okay, just let them live their lives. Let them show you, is what Mel Robbins says. Let them show you who they are.
Mm,
And then we can let us make the choice, make the decision if we want to associate with this person or tolerate this behavior. So it's been really good. It's a very easy read, and I'm probably about halfway through it, so I'll definitely do a whole review once I
yeah,
read a little
you
more. But it's
should.
definitely something to check out.
I look
And if
forward to
anyone has picked up Mel's book, please let me know. I know a couple of you have. You've messaged me. Definitely let me know or take a picture with it, and we'll put it up on one of our lives. That would be awesome.
it.
I know Crystal's favorite book is what? The Body Keeps Score? No. Is it? No. No, wait. Crystal, you gotta write it out for me. What does
What's
that say, Gemma? Is that
I think it says the body keeps the score, but I'm
Was
not sure.
it? Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. I can't think. Do you remember the name of that book she was reading for us? Was it The Body? I think it's The Body Keeps Score. Yeah, Crystal is the typist. It
Yes, she
is.
is.
That's really good. Were you on that show when she was we were talking about the brain and she was describing it? I know if you go to Crystal T's TV, she does a lot of book reviews on there. I know that book is on there and many others.
Yes, that'd be great. I can't wait to check that out. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
I'm going to
find
start doing that over on SCTV too, like with the new books I got from Mel Robbins and whatnot. So definitely check that out. And obviously, journaling, if you're into
Yeah,
journaling or you want to check it out or get back into it like I just have, definitely go over to Imperfect TV. And on
Every
Mondays,
Monday.
right?
Yeah, every Monday I'm on there doing that. And I love doing that because it encourages me to reflect as well at the same time.
Do you journal as you're doing the prompts, as you're helping others?
Sometimes I do, because I've got little videos that I put up in between, which give people enough time to kind of journal along and that kind of thing. So sometimes during then I get like the odd moment when I can just scribble thoughts and feelings down, and it's just incredible.
Gemma, did you see what Crystal wrote? I think she answered us from before.
I did, yes. Crystal says, "The body keeps the score" by Bessel van der Kolk Focus. I hope I'm getting that right. Trauma healing
Sounds
body.
close enough to me.
Yeah, hopefully it is.
We got the title.
Yeah. Trauma healing body mind connection, why it's great. This book explores how the trauma affects the body and the brain and offers research based strategies for healing through methods like yoga, meditation, and neurofeedback. It's a profound read for anyone dealing with trauma or wanting to understand how mental health is tied to physical well-being.
Excellent.
Then she continues, I don't know that I would say this is my favorite book, but it is my go-to right now to share from, reread parts, and teach. Wow, that definitely sounds like a book I need to check out.
Me too. She shared so much of it with me. I feel like I'm reading it with her.
I love it though. There's nothing like reconnecting or connecting over a common book or an interest.
What is she bringing up?
Then Crystal said,
Oh, is that another book, Jem? What is she saying?
I think so.
Have we read this one? What book was that?
Daring Greatly by Brené Brown Focus. Vulnerability, Courage, Shame, and Empathy, Why It's Great. Brené Brown's work on vulnerability and courage is transformative for mental health. This book dives deep into the concept of vulnerability, the power of empathy, and how embracing imperfection leads to greater connection and personal growth. It's perfect for listeners who are healing from shame or feeling disconnected. That
Sounds like a good
definitely
book, too.
sounds right up my street.
Yeah, and I don't know if Mia's still here, but Mia was in the chat before, and Mia wrote this book. You see it? AKA Marianne. Yeah, and this is Stepping Out of the Darkness into the Light by Marianne Mooney. So I met Mia, in the women's group when I had first got out of the abusive relationship, and they were like my first form of mental health support. And I think the first step for me was knowing that I wasn't alone. So when I was connected to the women's shelter and the women's group, I for the first time, you know how we were saying before in the show, like in school, you feel like you don't really fit in. It was like the first time that I actually felt like I fit in, because
Wow.
the women there actually, hi, Mia is here. She's in the chat. They expressed like things they were going through, and it was similar to what I was going through, and we all supported each other, and no one judged anyone. And it was probably the first step into me taking care of my mental health, for sure. And then I just continued from there. I found therapy and all different other avenues. If you could pick like your top 5, Gemma, like first 5 steps in taking care of your mental health, like easy for anyone to do with no resources.
Yeah.
What do you think they would be? Or even 3?
So it would be take time to think, take time to feel and acknowledge how you feel. Nobody can put a price on self-validation. And also make sure that you are allowing yourself the time you need to heal as well. Because it is okay to be selfish with your own time without the toxicity that sometimes people link to being selfish with your own time. So allow yourself to think past that. And the third one would be what I said earlier. Take time to walk, look around you, take in the time and space that you need, and notice that even the small things around you to bring yourself back to the present.
Love that. Yeah. So if you were to recap the three of them, 3 quick steps.
Time
Mm-hmm.
to heal, allowing yourself to notice your thoughts and take stock of your environment using the senses. Yeah.
How we need to learn how to protect ourselves, to keep ourselves safe.
Yeah.
Mia is saying, when I met Susie a few years ago, she was living in a mouse-filled camper in the woods. Yeah, mouse and mold-filled, Mia. Total wreck. She is a totally different person now. But like us, we all still have to work on things. Yes. Oh, I'm definitely a work in progress for sure. And again, Mia, thank you for always supporting me and being here. And every time you join the chat, you're helping someone. You really are a wonderful person. Thank you so much. And that's what we need. We need a community, right? We have to find our people, protect ourselves by surrounding ourselves with people that understand, people that truly care, people that want the best for us and aren't going to hurt us, people that make us feel safe. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, people laugh at me because I have almost a checklist written out of things and qualities that I trust in people and that I look for in other people that surround me in my support circle. And that is so incredible to have because then then you can look back and think, well, if they aren't any of these things, why are they here? Why am I still keeping them near me? If they aren't any of these positive things that allow me to open up to or allow me to trust.
Would you share a couple of those things with us that you look for in others?
Yeah. So, no judgment.
And this is to keep you safe, correct? To protect
Yeah.
yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
No judgment.
People that are easy to connect to.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then my third one would be trust and honesty. As in, if that person opens up to you, then that's a sign that you can also trust them. And not enough people do that. So
It's
it's so
true. And
important.
yeah. And I notice sometimes, like if I think of the people, like you were saying, why am I still surrounding myself with certain people that don't have good qualities like this, right? That do
Mm,
judge us, that
mm,
aren't easy to talk to, and that we can't trust. They start talking to us about other people. What does that tell us?
yeah. They're a
That
gossiper.
they're a gossiper and they're going to do the same thing about us. You know, we need to protect ourselves
Exactly.
from people like that. And I don't know if you'll agree with this, but what I found is um, that I had to look, like you said, why am I still attracting these people? Like I still had work to do.
Mm.
Can you relate to that? Did you feel like, okay, I'm still kind of feeling that kind of energy or giving it off where I'm attracting certain types of people.
Yeah. It's a constant thing to work on. And it's something constant that we all need to be aware of that happens in the background. Again, a lot of the time without us noticing. But that's why it's crucial maybe to keep a little list of qualities or characteristics that you look for in others.
And it's that simple, right? A little list of some good qualities. Oh, I love you too, Mia. So sweet. I think Crystal's got something for you in the chat, Gemma.
Yeah. Crystal says, Gemma finds trust, honesty, and people that are easy to connect to help make her feel safe. Seems simple, but so vital to take literally and remind ourselves.
Yeah, Mia's saying you need to get rid of people who are toxic to us. We need to. Yes, we do. We really do. We have to, we can detox our bodies. We also need to detox our relationships, our minds, things we listen to, people we hang around. It all affects us. Everything affects us more than I think we realize.
Mm-hmm.
So Crystal is saying we often wonder, why are we attracting toxic people, places, and things? Yeah, why still? I like I said, I think it's because we still have some work to do. Like I said before, I'm still a work in progress.
Yeah.
This isn't something, it took a long time for me to get this way or, to stay stuck for so long. Crystal saying, you got it, Mia. Yeah, Mia's on point.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. And then Crystal says, hard to figure out sometimes what is toxic to us when we are full of love, forgiveness, kindness, etc.
Points. Yeah, I think we trust too much, right? We trust that. How could someone do that? No, someone's not lying again, because we would never do that.
Exactly.
Hi, Gloria. I'm so glad you're here, Gloria. Gloria, Gemma, I don't know if you know, but past shows, she is another woman from the women's group, from the women's shelter and group. Yeah, that I met when I first started. One of my first connections, my first support, the first thing that helped me with my mental health, realizing exactly what I was even living in. Like you said, we have to look around us. And Gloria saying, when I met Susie, I wanted to take her home and keep her safe. I know you did, Gloria. You ladies are strong, insightful, and beautiful. Thank you for your time and support. And thank you for always showing up on the women's groups, Gloria and Mia, and for showing up here and helping. Just by being here, you're supporting and you share such wisdom. Oh my goodness. I get very emotional when these two ladies show up. They've helped me more than they'll ever know. Yeah, definitely.
It's so beautiful.
Definitely bonded for life.
Yeah.
You want to read what Crystal wrote?
Crystal says, because we may spread some light and sparkles everywhere, giving much over to toxicity. Yeah.
That's true.
And then she says, it is truly a process and awareness journey. Absolutely. And then Crystal continues, we must protect ourselves no matter what. I am sure Susie and others learned that from the shelter, the women's shelter. And then Crystal continues, protect ourselves, our children.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing, right? Because when we don't take care of our mental health, I don't think we realize it affects our children, it affects our grandchildren, it affects our families, those closest to us. They may not realize that they're watching us deteriorate or not taking care of ourselves, but it's affecting them too.
Yeah, it is. I know when I was going through really bad mental health, it was such a difficult thing because I've forgotten how to connect to others I'd isolated without realizing.
Yeah, and it happens so gradually. I don't think anyone really realized what's going on. You know,
Mm,
we kind of all of a sudden, like you said earlier in the show, we get like we realize we're stuck in that spider's web. And
yeah.
like, how in the world did I even get here? And what do I do to get out?
Mm,
It's it's hard to look back sometimes because I would never end up in that spider's web again. I don't know. I'm sure you ladies can agree. Like, no way, no how.
mm,
Mia's saying, I'm up to sending out 18 emojis a day now, sometimes more to let people know they are not alone and they are thought of. And yes, it's it's been really wonderful every morning. And I don't think I don't think you've ever missed a day that you have not sent me an emoji, something positive. I'm thinking of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, a hug. It's so encouraging, and I know you do it for so many women at the group, in the women's group. You're so supportive, and thank you for that, Mia. Thank you for being so supportive to all these women and people who need to know they're not alone.
mm.
And sometimes it's as easy as sending a little emoji to know you're not alone.
It
These
really is.
ladies, yeah, these ladies have helped me through all of it, the worst of it, and they're still here with me, helping me, and I'm so grateful. Yeah, Crystal has something for you,
Yeah,
Gemma.
Crystal says, actionable tip, write down your boundaries before engaging with a toxic person. Remind yourself of them regularly to stay grounded. Yes, I could not agree more. That is such a fantastic tip for anybody. It just helps you to remind yourself that you can set boundaries and you are okay to set different boundaries with different people as well.
And they can change accordingly, right?
Yeah,
Like, as we get stronger.
yeah.
How was it for you? Like, if you could suggest a couple things, for people who don't know how to set boundaries. For me, it was difficult. I had to learn, and I
Mhm,
learned the hard way by pretty much letting everyone walk all over me.
mhm,
What are 3 easy steps you would give someone who's just starting to realize they need to start setting boundaries and protecting
mhm.
themselves?
So, learn to say no is the first and foremost one. If it doesn't fit in with you, then that's it. Say no. And the other one is to let go of self judgment because it's so easy to think about how guilty you would feel if you had to set a boundary that others may not expect you to set. And the third one would be to let go of other people's opinions towards you. Because again, it's so easy for you to feel as though you're beholden to other people, to do different things, to have commitments, which will maybe take you closer to burnout.
Mhm. And then it affects our physical health, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think Crystal had something. Crystal, you were talking in the chat about something. I think I missed it. Could you put that back up, please? Something about there you go. Do you want to read that, Gemma? Because I think maybe you could help with that.
Crystal says there are overlaps in ADHD to autism to OCD to BPD, which is borderline personality disorder, and more. So it is crucial to reach out to a mental health professional. Yes, I agree. I really agree with that.
Our emotional health. You know, for a while, I thought I had either ADD. I was never diagnosed, but I was, I couldn't focus. I had a lot of the symptoms, and I think it was just coming out of the fog. because I've settled a bit, but I wondered, if I might have had something going on with like an ADD, ADHD, the hyperactivity, but I think I was just stuck in like a fight or flight mode, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely need a professional to figure that out. So
hmm
Well,
I
well,
need,
well, well, well.
there he is.
Well,
Yeah.
well, 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 well. Deep subject. Need a big bucket and a
Yeah.
huge rope to pull up everything. Everybody's been doing exceptionally well, but I have some questions I want to ask all three of you. And again, welcome to Mia and Gloria for being here. But I have to jump in right now, everybody, because Gemma's got to go. And we all know that Gemma has to go. But Gemma doesn't know, and neither does Susie and Crystal, that I have some questions that I wanted to get to before Gemma left today. This is my time for a surprise. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me see if I got my button. Do I have my button, Susie? Do I have my button?
Game over.
There you
Okay. All right.
go.
Just had to push that. It probably means
They
nothing to
will
everybody.
try. They
Even if
will
nobody else
try.
hears it, I just
Yeah.
got to push it for the fun of it. So let me see.
Game over.
All right. So here we go. You guys could probably barely hear that as an audience, but
I heard it. Did you girls
I
hear it?
heard it.
I just love the facial expressions on Crystal as you guys are doing stuff, and her typing all. Everyone in the audience, you get to kind of get a behind the scenes and the left part of the screen. That what she was doing the whole time before she came on camera. She's constantly doing stuff, keeping the chat alive. So I know many of you are typing and doing other things at the moment. I'm going to throw this out. A few questions. See, I got 1, 2, and 3 questions that I specifically made for when Gemma was about to leave, to ask all 3 of these beautiful human beings, beautiful people. These gorgeous women will be answering this question. And next time there will be probably we'll spin the wheel and give some prizes and other stuff. I don't know. I'm still working on that part, but I hope you're ready. And Crystal, you got to be ready to type. So if you're here, we have a few more moments before Gemma has to leave. I am going to put a few things up that's in the chat right now as we do this, but Crystal's going to be able to answer in the chat. And if you're wondering, Crystal can talk to us, but she's moderating and doing the chat. Eric's facial expression, Susie, is just priceless. This has been an excellent show. But Crystal says this, notice the chat, everybody. Feel free to read that to us, Gemma, if you could, please.
Crystal says, trust your intuition. Why it's important. Your intuition is a powerful tool in protecting yourself. Often we ignore gut feelings when it comes to toxic people, but listening to your inner voice can guide you toward better choices. How to tune in. Notice how you feel. Pay attention to your emotional responses when you interact with certain people. Do you feel anxious, sad, or angry? Those feelings may signal something is off. Self-reflection. Take time to reflect on interactions. Did someone violate your boundaries? Did you feel disrespected? Your intuition will often tell you when something is wrong. Actionable tip. Before any interaction with someone you suspect is toxic, take a deep breath and check in with yourself. Ask, how do I feel about this situation? If something feels off, take a step back.
I can relate to a lot of that. Self-reflection, like how did I feel in that? Where I never used to do that. It used to be about how everyone else felt, right?
Crystal's
Mhm.
getting deep, right? Crystal's,
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
She's
that.
like, I had to put
That's
that up before I
good.
asked the 3 questions. Hang in there, Gemma, just a second. The show has just been fantastic, all 3 of you, to the point that somebody wants to take Crystal's brain. What is that Gloria says?
Gloria wants to say, she says, "Can I borrow your brain?" Right, Gloria? Oh my gosh. She's so intelligent. She types so fast and she's
Yeah.
so insightful.
You know,
You're
a
the
lot of
best,
people
Crystal.
sleep on Crystal. You know, they think
Mm.
she's all over the place and she's not bright
Mm-mm.
and intelligent. Look at her trying to be humble.
Mhm.
She's trying to be humble on the screen. Look, she is extremely highly intelligent, just like Gemma and just like you, Susie. You, all three of you, have made me a better person, learning from each one of you. But now I get to torture you. Thank you, Gloria. Here, Gloria. Let me get back over here on this side of the screen. And thank you for doing that and saying that to these. You have no idea, everyone, how much work they put in to put on these shows once a month, along with all the other things that they do. We are always trying to remind everyone we are not interested in getting likes and views. They come as they come and go as they may be, but we are interested in educating you and sharing with you what we have learned through lived experience, as well as just what's available to everyone for free. And we love having these live panel discussions with you once a month. Crystal got some love out there for Gloria and everybody. Here we go. First question. Gemma gets to go first, then Susie, and then Crystal, because Crystal's got to type. So here we go. What do you use that's old school? My ghetto speak with my half accent. So what do you use? Crystal, you can go ahead and type it and put it in the chat for everybody if you want to first. So what do you use? Okay.
Uh-huh.
That's old school.
Mhm.
Now, by the way, I didn't come up with these. I've get people write in over the years, the past 5 years. I have this one that I've never used. This is essentially from our fan mail kind of a thing. So I haven't used it before. So what do you use that's old school that you use in your life that's considered old school for the new generation?
That's easy. That's an easy one for me. Pen and paper for note taking.
Jesus.
You
Pen and
stole
paper.
my answer.
Oh, man. Wait a minute. I don't know, Susie. That's kind of generic answer. Come on now.
Well, you know me.
Everybody can say
I
that.
I write everything. All right, I'll
Okay,
give you a
Gemma,
second.
that's
I'll
pretty
think of
good. That's
something.
pretty good. Come on, Gemma, you got something other than that. Okay, I agree with you because you're the journaling queen from the UK. We got that. Okay,
Yeah.
I think we had kind of a laugh the other day in our 50 billion 50-hour prep shows that we've all been doing with each other. But if everybody, you know what, Susie, would you say, or was it Crystal? We should record the show preps and show everybody between getting work done and kind of like laughing most of the time and other things. So we said that you were the queen of the UK in a show prep, and I needed to correct myself. But then was it Crystal that said there's a vacancy? So I'm going to have people write me for the first time and give me hate mail because I said all this right now. But she is not the queen of the UK. Let's just clarify that. So there is no hate mail to SZTV and Crystal T's TV and so forth, network and so forth, or myself. You are the queen of journaling. She's trying to be humble right now. Go like, no, don't say that, Paxton, because all the other YouTube channels are going to get mad. But to us, you're the queen of journaling. So because of that, I'm asking you to journal in your brain something else other than pencil and paper. So if you could please, what do you use that's old school other than pencil and paper?
Okay, then. So I use books versus the internet.
You use books versus the internet. Okay, that's good. I like that. That's pretty good. Got it. Hold on one second. Someone's writing me. You got to type that in the chat for me, Crystal, instead of the private chat. Excuse me. Write that in the comments for the audience. Yeah, not the private chat. Thank you though. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm reading stuff that Crystal wrote. All right, so in the private chat. So that was the first question again. So repeat that. So for Susie, what do you use that's old school? Susie, what do you use?
It's too easy. The question's too easy, and I can't think.
Okay, I can't make it any more difficult. I don't know how to make it any
honestly, old school. What do you use that's still old school? I don't know.
See, Susie's good. She will turn the question back on somebody
Yeah,
else
because
that asked the
I'm really
question.
like at a
You would be a
loss.
great lawyer, considering that
Mm.
you have to deal with court. We
I've been
won't, we won't
offered
get in. We won't get into that right now. Just
a
thought about when I
paralegal
started.
job, by the
So,
way.
oh, sorry,
I
everybody.
said,
We're having
just give
an
me a minute to
in-house
go to
laugh.
school. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
so you give you a minute. It'd be another thing that you went to school
Another
and learned
thing
how
on
to
the
do.
list.
Yes, another
On
thing
my
on the
list.
list. See, she's
Yeah.
free from narcissistic abuse now, everybody, and she's like gone crazy going to school.
They're taking
She's like in
classes.
education heaven right now. She's taking
Yeah.
classes on everything. Okay, so what do you got? Come on, something.
I'm really, really at a loss.
What
This
did you
is
use back in the day with your grandparents, or what's an Italian New York
Oh,
kind of?
I know, like when I cook, which I haven't been cooking a lot, I use like just a regular little paring knife. Like I could cut 10 onions and I'll stand over the pot and use the little paring knife and cut them instead of chopping them on a board.
So
Is
you
that
don't
gonna
use a chopping board? Is that what you?
No,
Is that what you?
I literally like my little
Gemma, I
Italian
don't
old
know. Comparison to
aunts.
yours, I don't know that. Gemma's was much more easy to understand. So you don't use a chopping board is essentially what you're
Chopping
telling
board.
us,
I use
right?
the old school, my old Italian aunts used to stand over the pot and
Mm,
cut with a little paring knife
okay.
onions. It could be like 5 onions, and I will cut them with a little paring knife instead of taking a chopping board and doing it the easy way. Yeah. And I cut everything with a scissor in the kitchen. That's old school.
What?
No one does that?
What?
Everything
Look
with a
at
scissor.
Crystal's face. Look at Crystal's face. Crystal's face. She's like,
Like, give me a
what?
scissor.
She's like, scissors.
I do. Well, when you
So
have
really,
a bunch of grandchildren and kids and a daycare, right? I used
yeah.
to take a scissor and I'd cut the pizza, and it's just easy and neat.
Crystal, thumbs
Chicken
up or thumbs down?
nuggets,
Thumbs up. Do you use scissors when you're in the kitchen cooking
spaghetti.
to cut pizza?
You've never done that?
She's like in shock.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Gemma, do you use scissors in the kitchen to cut pizza?
No, no.
What do you use to cut pizza?
A pizza cutter or a knife.
Or Susie, you ever heard of a pizza cutter?
Yes, this is after the pizza cutter. This is
Called
to cut a
scissors.
slice in
You
half.
cut scissors.
Like a birthday party for the kids.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So how do you cut a
You
cake?
asked.
Do you
You
cut a
asked.
cake with scissors too?
No,
I'm just wondering.
I'm trying to think if it's even possible. No.
Oh my goodness, you actually went down the road to see if it's possible?
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Mac, we need an intervention for you. What is Crystal got? Crystal, what'd you say? A paring knife and Italian aunt standing over the pot. Okay, there we go. Look at the next one she's got. Susie said, heard that and not the questions. Okay, oh my God. Okay, so, all right, here we go. The question was, what do you use? That's old school is the question. You want to type that in for us in the actual chat for the show, not the private chat? What do you use that's old school? Okay, there we go. Is that it right there? There it is. That's perfect, Crystal. Okay, Crystal. Please don't say pencil and paper. Please don't say books, and please don't say scissors. It's just just taking that alone is be an interesting title for a video or for a show. just books, pencil and paper, books, scissors. Okay, all right. You two are kind of like related, even though one's in New York and one's in the UK. You both of you. Okay, come on, Florida. What do you got here? That's what you heard. That's what you heard. Yeah, you're cool. That's your ears still work. You good. That's what you heard. All right. Why is your
Got it.
Did you just say pencil and paper? What is wrong with you people? You know how to play a game? Oh, you can't hear? Oh my good.
Dude, I know alphabet.
Paper and go ahead, Susie.
No, I was going to ask her.
Go ahead.
Just sign language.
Oh, so what?
You can't see me.
I thought she was doing that. Look, everybody that's with us. If you're listening in, I'll repeat it. You're doing rock, scissors. You're doing rock, paper, scissors game?
No, I know. All I know is the alphabet. I learned it in first grade. Does anyone else know sign language?
I
Just
know a
know
little.
the
I know a little
alphabet.
bit.
You
My
know
daughter
some.
does ASL.
Oh, then she knows.
Yeah, she does. She does. She teaches it too. But rock, paper, scissors game.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
what you still use?
Oh, I thought you thought I was doing that.
No.
Okay.
I'm asking her, but what is it? What are you saying to us? What can Crystal hear? So,
Game. I think she's
Crystal,
getting pieces.
did all of a sudden you can't hear the show anymore? What happened? What does Mia say? What does Mia say? Old school is using a magnifying glass.
Ooh,
No,
good
okay,
answer.
That's a good one.
yeah, that's a good one. Hey, you know what? We're gonna work on this. We're gonna turn this into a game. All right, I mean like a full-fledged game for everybody. Yeah, Mia, that's cool. Magnifying. Okay, so technically, what do we have here? Wait, Crystal, what is your answer, first of all? Crystal's got the look like she's studying everything.
Yeah.
That's the look. That's the look she makes in the show prep sometimes. That's the look.
the best.
We all laugh it because we know it's true. She's like a deep thought, and it's like the rest of us are not even in the room. She's in the room. What? What do you got? Is that a crazy question? I don't know. I have no idea. What? See what? A magnifying glass, and does that help you see something up close instead of glasses? So you don't think she's walking around with magnifying glasses on her face, do you,
Like
Crystal?
Dr. Cousteau.
Like
No,
Dr.
what's his name? Wait, no,
No, Mr.
Inspector
Magoo.
Gadget.
She looked like Mr. Magoo. Oh yeah, no, Inspector No.
Inspector Gadget.
Oh, I can't think of the name right now. Hey, that's what we should do
I'm
next
all
time.
mixed up now.
Cartoon shows and cartoon characters. All right, let's just do that. I have 2 other questions, but hold on. I know you got to go. You got a moment, Gemma, before you go? Before you pass out? Okay.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
have.
Because it's like, what are we talking about? Almost 9 o'clock where you are over there in the
Yeah.
UK, and you've already been with us for almost 4 hours or 3.5 for sure. But here we go. Well, longer than that because the show prep. Sound check before the show. But here we go. In the UK, name the cartoon shows or Saturday morning shows that you watched as a kid.
Oh, it's not a cartoon, but Bodger and Badger.
What?
Bodger and Badger.
Budge?
Fudge.
You know what? Type that out in the chat. Can you type it out in the chat? Do that. So everybody from the UK that sneaks by or that the algorithm, YouTube, whatever, throws you into the show, this is probably something you watched while you were growing up in the UK. And what is it here? Here we go. Bodger and Badger.
Yeah.
Okay, Crystal, you're up. You get to Google that one. I don't know. You Google that one. Crystal say, "Oh, look at Mia goes." Mia says Sherlock Holmes. Wait, now
Thank you.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. Now I think about it, I'm with you on that one. I still watch the black and white, the Sherlock Holmes that's in black and white from way back when. Did you grow up on Sherlock Holmes shows? Gemma? No, not really? Not your thing?
No,
or only
not
Harry
really.
Potter? Harry Potter 24/7? Is that how it is for you?
Yeah, more or less.
No, look at you. She's trying to go like, yes, I'm an addict. So technically, is there an intervention that you've been to yet for your Harry Potter or no?
No.
No, not yet?
Not yet.
Just wondering. I'm just asking. Susie, when you were growing up, let's see. Do we say New York?
1920?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Were
I
you
was in
growing
New
up
York.
Yeah, right,
Yes,
right.
Yes.
And so when you were growing up in New York, which, for you, since you're still, 28, what did you watch cartoon-wise or whatever on Saturday mornings?
I used to watch like Bugs Bunny, Tom and Jerry, Mighty Mouse.
Yeah, I have to. You're saying all this stuff. It's just
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny, yeah.
I'm thinking of cartoons.
Mighty Mouse for sure. Some people didn't know who Mighty Mouse was. I found that out, but I would say
Oh, how
it to
about
people.
Magilla Gorilla?
Magilla
What was
Gorilla,
that?
the big guy, he wore a hat, didn't he, or something like that, and I think a scarf around,
Yeah.
or something like that.
We had good.
Um,
That's when we had really good. I mean, things are so animated now, but old school cartoons were pretty cool.
Okay, any of that sound familiar to you, Gemma? No?
No.
Mr. Magoo? No.
No.
Foghorn, Leghorn? Nothing like that. It's like
Was that the
Susie
moose?
laughing.
Was that the moose?
No, that was
With the
that was the
antlers?
rooster.
I'm
Crystal
trying
puts
to
in
think
Tom
of-
and Jerry. Or
Mhm.
no, I'm sorry. Susie said. Susie, you said Tom and Jerry. That's right, yeah. Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse. The old black and white Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah, not the.
You
Oh
remember
man,
that?
wow. The one on the steamboat is that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Remember
so
Popeye? Popeye?
yes, the spinach and is it Sweet Polly? No, not Sweet Polly. What was it?
Olivia. Olive
Olivia.
oil.
Olive oil.
Olive
Thank you.
oil.
Yes, there you go. Olivia. We just
That was close. It was an O.
Hey, Crystal, are those yours? So, Crystal, were you into
Oh,
Bewitched and the
Bewitched.
Addams Family, or what?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
can nod or thumbs up if you want, Crystal. So, Crystal was what? I Dream of Jeannie. Those are yours.
Yes.
Check you. Yeah, Crystal. I'm going like Crystal. You're not even that old to be going like that far. Okay, so Oh yeah, I Dream of Jeannie, The Munsters,
Monsters.
Bullwinkle. Any of this sound familiar to
Bullwinkle, that
you
was
from the UK? There? No, Gemma. No.
The Monsters rings a bell.
The Munsters. I love this. I
Yeah.
love the cultural divide. I just
I
love
love
it.
it.
I
So
do.
cute.
Okay.
How do we
So,
sound to you
huh?
coming from the UK? Do we sound
Yeah.
completely weird? Because you sound adorable.
Yes, you do. Well, you always sound
No.
adorable.
No, you sound really interesting. And
That's
I
That's a
love
good word.
learning.
Interesting.
like we're an experiment. Like
I
everybody in
think
the
I am.
across the pond, all of you over there are an experiment.
We're just watching you
Yeah, Mia threw
under
in
the
bull.
magnifying glass.
I know, right? She's going like, let's see what really happened to you since you left us over here. So, you people have just gone down the hill. No class. Look at she's laughing. She's going like, it's true, but I don't want to say it because you're in
She's
safe
being
company.
polite.
We'll protect you. Three's Company,
Three's
Sanford and
Company.
Son. Look at you. Crystal's just
Good
on a roll, man.
shows. Yeah.
Bullwinkle and Rocky. Have you ever seen that in the UK, Gemma?
No.
Okay. Not she's going like, not that I want to. That's a really dumb name.
Sounds weird.
That's kind of like watching Benny Hill. So what I was gonna say is just like,
Wait,
not,
did you
she was
watch?
like, I'm not watching
He's
it.
from the
She
UK,
goes like,
right?
yeah, he's from the UK.
Yeah.
So
Did
okay,
you,
so let's
did you
just
watch him?
let's just no. So let's just
No,
understand. I
Gemma.
just want. Oh, Gemma. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. So Gemma, look at she.
No.
Wait, she does it. She's turning red. She's turning red. You guys.
I am because of how much I'm laughing.
Wait, she's laughing at us again. Like when we have our show prep, she's in there just shaking her head. You people, look at her. She's going like, yes. When they meet, it's just not like in the UK. All right. So, okay, I have a question. Has anybody watched Mr. Bean? Do you like Mr.
Yeah.
Bean, Gemma?
Yes, I've watched Mr. Bean.
Okay. Have you ever seen the movie Rush Hour?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Tell us a couple of movies from the UK you think we haven't seen.
Wild Target.
Oh yeah, that's the one you told us the other day. Did anybody look that up? Right? So Wild
I
Target.
forgot.
It's a movie, not a series on TV. You did.
Yeah, it's a movie.
It's a movie. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm thinking of Target or some. I'm thinking of some detective show that sounds like that. I forget it. I can't think what it is right now. I'm trying to keep up with the chat because Crystal types fast.
I know, so fast.
Doesn't she? Super
Yeah.
fast. Look, man, I hit the wrong button. Then it goes real fast. I go to click on one and then it moves because Crystal's typing fast. Okay, Mia's got a good one. Underdog. Have you ever seen that in the UK? Gemma?
No,
No?
no.
Yeah?
Underdog.
Underdog. That what is it? Mighty Mouse and Underdog were my favorite characters next to Popeye, and I thought I was all of them. So, Gemma, if you ever want to get to know me better than you do so far, which is frightening in itself, what you know so far, is go watch any of those and go like, that explains everything about Paxton.
I did used to watch Popeye, funnily enough.
Okay, all right. I love
You know
spinach
that one.
because of Popeye. I literally love spinach because of him. So
What did he used to
Popeye,
say before
Underdog,
he?
and Mighty Mouse were always my thing. They were always my what's that thing we talked about, Susie, the other day, making an avatar or whatever. They were my avatars in my life as I was growing up back in the day. I wanted to be just like them. So I ate
I wanted to
spinach.
be like Wonder Woman and what was it? Not the $10 million man. Who was
Oh, the
Bionic
the
Woman?
Bionic Woman?
The
The
Bionic
Bionic
Woman.
Woman?
You know what I used to do?
Look
I
at
used to
Gemma laughing
take.
at us. You go like,
Check this out.
they
Do
need
you know
help.
who she is? Did
Yeah,
you know that?
Lindsay Wagner.
Yeah, you do. I didn't know if Gemma did
Oh,
over
okay.
in the UK. I used to take like old watches and stuff like that, and then I used to take them apart and I used to tape them or use band-aids and put them on my knees and
Oh my
arms and go
goodness.
outside.
Are you serious?
I did.
I wish we
I
had
had
a
a
picture of that.
really
I'd put
vivid
it up so fast.
imagination.
I'd put that
Mhm.
picture up so fast. That is
I
just like
literally was a bionic woman, and then I'd
you.
run in slow
You literally
motion.
were the. Oh no, she's doing the sound effect too. The actual sound effect from the now, Gemma, you
Crystal's
got to
like,
go watch
what in
it
the
so
world?
you can hear. You're gonna hear the sound effect and you're gonna remember this moment. Do it
Yeah.
again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again, Susie. It just looks weird coming at the camera. When you do that with your fist, it just looks weird. It just looks. Hey, so the show is about taking care of your mental health. This is
This
part of
is
the
taking
thing
care
that
of
you
my
need to
mental
do,
health.
everybody. This is taking part of
Yes.
your mental health, remembering the good moments and times, and learning moments, good moments for others, and being able to not focus on the person who is either struggling emotionally, mentally, or unhealthy, or is literally diagnosed as narcissistic, whatever it may be, toxic, whatever label that's out there now that everybody's making money off of. We try to keep it very simple here. If it's unhealthy for you, make sure you're like Popeye. You take your spinach. No, I'm just kidding. And your spinach may be coming to NATV once a month and going to all the other channels, and you'll start to see more of that. I think starting next week, right, Susie? I think we had talked
Yes.
about that. So starting next week, Tuesday, everybody will be able to lock in to Crystal Tees TV, Gemma with Imperfect TV, and that's just scratching the surface, everybody. And of course, the two networks, NATV Network and SZTV Network, will be working together to host shows for you. We're just going to pop in and start doing it next week. You will see. You won't get a lot of heads up from all four of us, but you will be able to find out what's going on so that you can tune in to Crystal Tees TV and Gemma at Imperfect TV. And I repeat, that's just scratching the surface for both of them. They all have multiple channels, just like us here at NATV, or in other words, REMG Services. And Susie has more, including Susie is going to be doing live from New York. And at some point, we're going to have, hopefully, Crystal and I get together on live from Florida as well. Gemma already has Life with Gemma Blythe out of the UK. All of those shows will have a small thumbprint from REMG Services and what we do here on NATV and many of our other YouTube channels. We look forward to producing and directing and being a part of everything that they're doing. You got Bugs Bunny in the chat. Bugs Bunny with the carrots. Oh my God, Crystal, you're just too funny. When I told you, Crystal Unleashed in the chat is just like unbelievable. Stuff just be popping in her head. She just be, okay, here we go. Before Gemma goes, Life with Gemma Blythe from the UK. And of course, you will have live from New York with Susie. And we look forward to Crystal from Crystal TV having live from Florida. You're going to see all of these things taking place throughout 2025, especially starting next month. Enough of that. I have to get to this. I am not letting you go. I know you got to go to bed, but I'm going to torture you and go like, oh my God, he's going to. Okay, so here we go. Second question. What do you like less as you get older? What do you like less as you get older? Now, I have a list already. All right, hold on one second here. I'm doing the chat. I'm trying to keep up with Crystal at the same time. Okay, thanks, Chris. Appreciate you doing that. So here we go. Everybody take a look at the screen. If you're looking at the screen on your television. Oh, by the way, much love to everybody that's been watching us put these shows on a Friday. Latest update. So the latest update is at least 27% of you are watching this on television. Much love to you. Everyone else is pretty much being split up relatively even, television, laptop, and then mobile devices. So much love to everybody for coming to watch all four of us. We want you now to move over, expand your life, and go to these other channels as we embark on March of 2025. So what do you like less as you get older? Susie, you get to go next. What do you like less as you get older?
Absolutely, people.
You didn't just say that.
I'm sorry. I love, but at the
She
same
didn't even
time, hold
hesitate,
up.
Gemma.
Hold
She
up.
didn't even hesitate.
But there's like
Wait,
a,
we're
another
all
side.
people. What
There's
do you
like,
mean by that? No.
there's like a plus, like an A and a B to this. So people, I just can't tolerate a lot of things that I used to. But I also appreciate people a lot more. The good ones, obviously.
Okay, all
But
right,
I
all right.
just, yeah, the older I get, I guess, yeah, people.
Okay. So people, if you had to don't say it, but if you had to think of right now 3 people you just find toxic for your emotional well-being, just say yes or no. Can you think of 3 people right now?
Yep.
She didn't even say yes. She went, yep. I got them. They're right here in my head. I can think of them. Okay, so now we go to Crystal. Just hold that thought. We go to Crystal. Gemma, you're last. So here we go. What do you like less as you get older? So what do you like less as you get older? And for everybody that's watching this on your big screen TV or a television, there's the question there on the screen. What do you like less as you get older? Crystal, what's your answer in the chat, please, ma'am? Somebody said Elmer Fudd. That's Mia. What do you got? What do you like less? What is it you don't like? Where is it? I don't see nothing yet. She says, I like pushing myself too hard in crazy workouts. Like, okay, that's what you like. And
No,
much
she likes
less.
it much less
Oh,
now that she
thank
gets
you for
older.
reading that to me backwards. Okay, I see what
Kind
you
of
did.
like.
What you like less as you get older is pushing yourself hard in workout. I have to. All right, I read it. Crystal, did I get it right? Thumbs up if I got it right or something like that. So did I get it right? Okay. Is that correct? You still can't hear
She
me?
likes
Nat?
it much
Okay.
less as she gets older. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
She's typing. I think she's typing. Told you she's typing.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. So Crystal, you don't like strenuous workouts. Is that what you're saying? We're doing therapy 101 right now. She's sharing.
I love it.
I like that. Okay. So all that craziness that you craved before.
Mhm.
So what do you like now then? Okay, but what do you like now? You know what's funny? People are the ones that are listening are going like, what are they talking about? What do you like now, Crystal? Gemma, you're next. Are you writing a book over there? Told you she was a dissertation. That's what she did. Ooh, I like walking, some jogging, yoga, and you do the high intensity interval training. Okay. You like pushing yourself. You just don't like the craziness.
Positive ways, right?
What is it? Weights, not crazy, toning exercises, playing sports like tennis, swimming. Now, she's given us a list of what she likes. But if we had to say again, what do you like less as you get older? What is it exactly in the fewest amount of words as possible? Type to us, what is it that you don't like? Real simple and straightforward to us, my friend. Oh, man. Bummer. Your battery's going dead. That's probably why. Gemma, what do you like less as you get older?
That's easy. Technology.
Yeah.
Man.
Really? Then you're really good.
Want to tell
at
everybody
it.
how well you did with your microphone, setting it up and everything like that? You virtually did that by yourself. Right? No, just kidding. I'm good. I'm not going to message. We'll leave that alone for right now.
Yeah.
So, hey, everybody, let's give some love to Gemma. She's got something new debuting today. Her headphones. So
I like them.
they look good on you.
Yeah, they do.
Everybody should have heard Everybody should have heard that before we started the show. So, last question. What is the biggest... Oh, wait, hold on one second. Let's do me real quick because I don't want to seem like I'm picking on everybody. What do I like less as I get older? Small print or small fonts, loud noises. At times, individuals who are loud and things that are loud, even though I can get loud myself, especially watching certain mystery shows or stuff like that, or the Lakers. I've gotten really comfortable at not liking shoes anymore.
Well, I've always been like that.
But then too, I've always been like that. I think
Yeah.
Susie, you and I talked about that one time.
Barefoot, yeah.
Yeah, I've always pretty much been a barefoot, have on flip flops or something like that.
Flip-flops or something.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah,
we ground. It's
yeah.
good to be
I kind
barefoot.
of I just feel comfortable doing that,
Yeah.
or walking on grass and all that kind of stuff like that.
Mhm.
Another thing that I like less as I've gotten older, and when I say older, that means I'm a card carrying senior citizen. I'm with you, Crystal. Your son is making faces because he's still a baby boy. But as soon as he steps into manhood, he won't be making those faces anymore, because he'll have to be taking his mother out to dinner once a week and buying her steak. I hope he heard me say that. So anyhow, what I was gonna say is, let's see, exercise. I'm with you, Crystal. Intense exercises. No, I do jump ropes. I may do jumping jack. I mean, I keep it simple. And the other thing that I hate the most is having it put on a bunch of clothes. I like it simple. And so I had someone tell me this, that it's something that usually happens. Wake up, Gemma. It's something that usually happens. That's an inside joke, everybody. It's from our show prep, but I brought it into the live. I told you I was going to do it. I've been waiting to when I could use it. I've been waiting. We're going to all get shirts, and we're going to all get shirts one day. And it's going to say, wake up, Gemma. I promise you we're going to do it. So I see what you wrote there, Crystal. So anyhow, so let's just put this out. But I'm with you on this. I think we're on the same page here, Susie. I had somebody tell me when you get a certain age, you just like don't want to pile a bunch of stuff on you unless it's like super cold. But yeah, I like clothes to be really simple. It's just like
Yep, me too.
super duper simple. And I'm going like, I would be great in a nursing home. I was just like,
God.
great. It'd be like the what's the show? The show is called Monk, if nobody's ever watched it, or Gemma, if you know what it is, you can check it out in the UK to get it. But it's MONK. It's called Monk, and he has the same clothes in his closet, virtually like only like 2 or 3 outfits, and that's it.
Gosh.
And just-
Columbo. Was it
I don't know.
Columbo
I'm kind
the
of
same
moving
way?
that way, Gemma. I'm kind of moving that way. It's gonna, like, just I kind of broke the habit of wearing the same thing over and over, just different things. Wait, here we go. Look, Mia says, I don't like going gray
and losing my hair.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that before. Yeah. You guys see, Gemma's still young. She doesn't have that. Last question. What is the biggest mistake that you have made in dealing with, now here's the B part of the question. Are you ready now, Gemma? You're first. Okay, here we go. What is the biggest mistake that you have made in dealing with 1, women, 2, men? Don't mix them up, unless you want to. So, what is the biggest mistake in dealing with 1, women, 2, men? Okay, Gemma, you're first. Give us your UK answer. Don't name names.
Okay, I'm going to
Don't
put
name
together
names.
here. Trusting too soon.
With both of them?
Yeah.
Got it. Oh, now Crystal can hear, but when I ask you a question, you can't hear. Yeah. But you can hear Gemma. I see how it is. She don't want to answer my questions. All right. So Crystal agrees
She
with
just
you
told you.
1,000%. Crystal agrees with you 1,000%. The question is there on the screen for everybody. What is the biggest mistake you have made in dealing with 1, women, and 2, men? The answer, Crystal, if you get a chance, we can type Gemma's answer in. The answer, because this is the last question, and then she's got to head on out of here. So what is the biggest mistake? 1, women. 2, men. Gemma says trusting women. What is that? What did you put in there? Oh, Crystal's given hers already.
Yeah.
Okay. So Gemma says, right, trusting too soon is
Trusting too soon.
if you had to break that down for somebody, 20% of the planet, 15% depending on who you ask, speak English. The other 80 some odd percent or more don't speak English. So when they hear this after it's dubbed and it's in their language, what do you mean by that when you say that? Trusting too soon. Take a little moment to break that down.
I mean, opening up to people too quickly. People that will gossip, treat me wrongly, things like that. So that's what I mean by trusting too soon.
Got it. So when it comes to mental health, many have been affected because they stepped into trusting too soon, or maybe even thinking like the other person is like them,
Yeah.
only to find out, no,
Yeah.
they actually have ulterior motives, or like I often like to say, as I told my children, people have an agenda sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes people have an agenda. They don't want to work with the arrangement. They have plans that are not good for you because their purpose in life is different. And
Mm.
sometimes if we're not careful, we step into something that, well, can be painful. Susie, excuse me, Susie, we got to give some love to Christina.
Hi, Christina. Oh my gosh. Thanks for stopping by. I'm so happy you're here.
Crystal put up number one was trusting women to be in relationship for real, not gossiping, not talking behind my back is what Crystal says to that question. What was the question again? Let me see if Crystal, you got it in there, right? I got to put up on the screen. I'll put the question back up. What is the biggest mistake you have made in dealing with one, women, and two, men? Crystal answers the one that I gave you. Number two, Crystal says with men in relationships. Gemma, can you read that? I'm sorry, I'm about to lose my voice. Excuse me.
2, with men in relationships, I guess it is taking them at face value, thinking they are keeping it real with me when they are not, aka trusting again.
Yeah, that actually was something I love the way the three of you had that discussion earlier. Gemma, you kind of brought that up about trusting. So if you're just joining in, like, or maybe Christina or whatever the case may be, or whoever may be just jumping into this, please make sure you check that part out that that the ladies had talking about trusting again. I know, Susie, you had talked about, we're going to go down that road again, everybody. Susie's got some information that we'll get to, but you'll find it on her channel. You won't necessarily find it here on NATV Network. There's a number of shows that we have planned out for the rest of the year, and a number of different topics, as well as into 2026. So hang in there. Keep coming back once a month with us and watching their individual channels where you will see them at least 3 days a week. We look forward to putting those shows on for you. Crystal says hi to Christina. And what do you got, Crystal? What is it to say? And then other men for pretending to be my friend when they really want more. Trusting and misunderstanding that. Anybody want to touch on that before I ask Susie? Susie, I knew it. I was trying to see if I could. Susie was already like, let me tell you.
I'll tell you something.
Okay,
So
go
I
ahead.
agree with both of them. Trusting, doing too much for people, telling too much, and them twisting it and turning it and using it
Mhm.
against me and whatever.
Mhm.
But also doing too much for people, like I did, whether male or female, just
Mm.
overextending myself.
Mm.
But men who, like you think you're friends. So since I'm back in New York and I have reconnected with a lot of old, friends from back in the day in the neighborhood, 40, 50 years.
Mhm.
And the first thing I tell them, the single ones, is look, don't ever make me feel
I'm
weird.
sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
Don't
Don't
give me eye
be
contact.
stupid.
Like, don't be glaring, giving me googly eyes, because it ain't gonna fly.
Oh,
We were gonna you'll destroy a relationship, a 40-year-old friendship, because once I feel that awkwardness, peace out, done.
By the way, if you're wondering, she is from New York, as you probably can tell by that very succinct. I meant what I said. I'm the mafia.
Ooh.
I'll shoot you down. Don't look at me weird. have you
confiding in them.
have you found yourself confiding in people and it proved to be a mistake, like Mia's talking about? And actually,
Absolutely.
Crystal's talking about it, the same thing. Crystal says that's her experience as well.
Do you think they pretend to be your friend to get information? Like, I think it's very calculating.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, looking back on certain people.
Yeah. Wake up, Gemma. All right,
Sad.
so we better let Gemma go. We have this running inside joke, and I told you I was going to put up on the screen. I'm not going to do it. I'll wait till you leave, and then I'll do it. But we better say goodbye to Gemma. What do you got here? Okay, so Gemma is going to be heading out, and at some point, Crystal's got to leave too. And what I'm going to do, let me get back over here to this right here. And we need everybody to show some love to, where's your thing at there? Here it is right here. To Gemma. Everybody show some love. Oh my goodness. All right.
Fun with you, Gemma.
I got to give you something, Gemma. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just going to press a button. So let's press a button. Let's press this one. I'm going to press this one. I don't know what's going to happen though. Here we go. Some sweet, beautiful music. We're going to say goodbye to Gemma, but Crystal is not far behind her, so we'll say goodbye right now to both of them, if that's okay with all you ladies. And because, by the way, many of you have been waiting for us to come back. I tell you, just keep looking at our calendar. We'll be back every last Friday of the month through the rest of the year, and all the shows and the titles are there. My goodness, everybody's typing fast. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with you people? So Gemma, thank you so much. You were excellent today. Love your headphones. Everybody pay attention to the chat. I'm going to hit a few buttons on the way out. Crystal and Gemma are going to be heading out right now. And I have to tell everybody, technically Susie and I are going to be heading out too. We already had said we were going to probably end it early. We're not going our normal today, because we did have a death in the family. We did on our side. So I can't stay long today. But I want everybody to know we were so happy to be back with you. Gemma, could you please, Crystal, can you please, and Susie, give some love to Eric Jackson.
Hi, Eric. So glad you stopped by.
Hey, Eric. Thank you for stopping by.
I know many of you have told me you're going to be coming in about this time of the show. I did not give you a heads up that we weren't going to be going long today, but now you have it. So we do have to go, but I got to put up a few things on the way out. Gemma, I will see you later. You can go ahead and head out, and Crystal, you could do the same if you want, or hang in there. But I got to put up Gemma Rocks on the screen, because you were fantastic today. You were absolutely fantastic. Remember when she came on and she was really nervous at first? And she looked like she was like deer in the headlights, and she was like,
No more.
No, not anymore. I told you, keep hanging out with us, girl. You're gonna be on BBC. You keep that out. You're gonna be on. What's the one we said the other day? What's the one we said starts with an E? Was it Emerald? What is it? The soap opera.
Oh.
Not General Hospital.
Oh,
in
not
America.
General Hospital. What was the one over by you, Gemma?
EastEnders.
EastEnders. Thank you.
EastEnders.
And if you don't know what that is, everybody can go check that out. EastEnders. But we love you very much, Gemma. We know what it took to get to this point, and it's nothing but sky in front of you. You're gonna next month, if you come in next Friday, Gemma's taking over. She's starting to show off. So everybody's got fair warning. We got 4
warning
weeks.
necessary.
Warning necessary.
Yeah.
I don't even. This is like the longest goodbye. So anyway, what I was gonna say is, everybody, Gemma and I will be in our bunker putting the show together for that show next month, right? The following month is Crystal's turn. She will be kicking the show off. Normally you get either myself or Susie. So they will be taking turns, and then we'll be rotating that. Well, you'll see. Just keep coming back. We'll give you something to watch. I know you get tired. Many of you write us. We know you're tired of watching everything about the narcissist over and over about these videos, and you want a break. And you told us how you wanted us to craft this. We have followed it. There is more to life than talking about narcissism. but we also do that here on NATV Network. But I need everybody to support Gemma. Gemma, Imperfect TV. All right. See you later, my friend. You're out of here.
Bye,
Yeah.
Gemma.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
All right, people. Hey, Crystal. Let's see if we can. Hey, do you have? Let's see if we get feedback. Everybody, I'm just going to do this, okay? Before Susie and I go as well, and Crystal, I'm just going to do this. Unmute the mic. Hey, unmute yourself. I'm going to see if I get sound feedback. She's going like, don't do it. She's going like,
We want to hear you.
we're going to see if it's feedback, then you
Unmute,
can go
Crystal.
unmute, and then if it's bad, just mute yourself back.
Oh,
So cute.
you're like,
There she is.
hello. You were giving me the signal. I thought you were.
Yeah,
giving
I
the signal.
We were
I don't.
switching
Well,
roles.
you can't see me, so I was doing my hands as if you could see me like a weirdo. But hold on one second. Don't do nothing yet. Hold on. I'm gonna do something and see if it works in real time before. You know, we're gonna all go, Susie. We're gonna all
Okay.
go at the same time. Yeah. So hold on. I'm trying to do something here just to see if I can do it, and I'm gonna be weird here. I'm gonna start with Susie first, and Crystal next, and everybody. We're gonna get ready. Just hang in there, everybody. I don't know if I could do it. It's not letting me. I hate you, stupid thing. Oh, I know. Don't do nothing, everybody. Don't do nothing. Everybody's watching this in real time. We're really doing this in real time. We're going like, what is that guy doing? He's doing stuff. Okay, here we go. That's not the way it needs to go. I'm doing a big no-no right now. Oh, I know what's wrong. Crystal's in here. Hey, Crystal. Do something. Okay. Everybody's going like, what are they doing? I give up.
That was a quick 4 hours, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
Yeah,
We did
it
good,
went
everybody.
fast.
Everybody did good. There we go. I got you.
Fun.
I got you, Susie, just where I want you.
Okay. I
Crystal's
know.
in
I'm
the
just sitting
same
here
spot.
waiting.
I know everybody's doing that.
It's
This
crazy,
is.
and it's one of those days.
We haven't done a thing in quite a while, huh?
What? Two of us?
Of us goofing off. This.
Oh no. It's been a minute.
How's that, everybody? There you go. Crystal, can you still hear us?
I don't know.
Can you hear us?
Crystal. No?
I,
Me?
it's messed up.
I can hear her.
parts, but it's like garbled.
I hear a little bit.
Do I sound garbled to you, Susie? Hopefully it's not
No.
me. Are
Nope,
we
nope,
good?
nope.
Okay.
It's
Hey,
her end.
where's your sound going to, Crystal? Is it going in your headphones, or do you need to get the black ones and plug it into the laptop? No, maybe not. Testing. No. Hey, so you're getting sound from the phone, huh? That's what she's doing.
We're gonna do this now?
No,
We're gonna do this now? 6
okay,
hours?
that would really be funny. That would we should
You
do it in
think
front of
anyone would
everybody
want-
instead
Yeah.
of doing it in private. We should do it right now in front of everybody.
You should.
No,
I'll
not
whip
the
out
full.
my
just-
phone. I got some things in you working on.
Oh, wait, we're gonna do it right
Let's
now.
do
We
it.
just literally go like, okay, the show's over with, everybody.
All
We're gonna
right.
start working on
You wanna
everything for
hang
next month. It just you do it right, and you're gonna pull out your WhatsApp.
It
and
might
we're gonna
take a month, but we'll be ready for the end of March.
Oh wait, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna mess around. Hold on. Let me move my mic. Hey, Crystal.
You know, it's not easy to hold your phone for 6 hours straight.
No,
We're
wait.
like, what is she talking about?
Wait, talk to us, Crystal. Hey, talk. So I want to see if I can hear you. Everybody's going like, what? I thought I was coming in for a mental health show. She muted herself again. Here, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go like this. We're gonna put her on spotlight.
Yeah, it keeps
So
messing
love
up. I'm sorry.
There she is.
No, okay. So just put your headphones in. The black ones, maybe, if that one's not working, or are you still on Bluetooth? Everybody's going like, what's going on with these people? They're just ignoring the chat and everything. Okay, so what is that? 228, baby. Yeah, here goes, Crystal. Tell them about it. 228. Everybody, hope you had a beautiful February. We did here at my household. A gorgeous February outside of the sadness that we've experienced. But other than that, everything has been quite well. You, on the other hand, Susie, have been dealing with stressful, no, I shouldn't call it stressful.
Yes.
Some
Some-
moments that you don't wish on anyone. The best way I
No,
can describe it.
no, not good for your mental health, but it doesn't
But you
affect
got a
me
good
any
lawyer, though,
longer.
right? You got a good
Oh,
lawyer.
of course.
Crystal, can you
Of
hear us
course.
still? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up, thumbs down? You closed the laptop? Is that what you did? Okay.
Yep, she's gone.
Well, why don't you just, hey, you know what? Get rid of the headphones. Get rid of the headphones and no Bluetooth.
She's so
And
cute,
It
though.
closed out on me, so I was like, oh, I can't do it anymore.
oh, that's okay. Just we can still hear you, right? Just hold on a second.
Made me
Mhm.
know.
Mia says a lot of different things to all of us. We're going to be leaving everybody. I'm just going to run through the chat, everybody, right now, so we don't miss anybody. My God, excuse me, you guys are okay. Here we go. I got to type all this stuff, guys. I mean, catch up to everybody, and then we're going to be out of here. Everybody, as I lose my voice. You know what? Let me just go ahead and do this. Here we go.
There he is.
I'm in here somewhere.
We'll see
Let me get
everyone
over
next
here.
week, right?
Yeah,
Over on SCTV.
yeah. I'm gonna get rid of tell everybody that. Crystal, can you just hang in there just for a moment? Hopefully you can still hear me. I'd go without the headphones. Everybody, we're just gonna go raw like we were in a whatever. You guys can hang around or not. Watch it back later. Goof off. You got me? I'm gonna Mia said something there, Susie. Sometimes they say you can count on me, but then when you tell them a problem, they disappear.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric, for the condolences. We truly appreciate it. Very, very young mother leaves behind a 9-year-old and I think a 3-year-old. She got cancer real quick and it just took her out. But we appreciate it. Would you say you just woke up? He was giving some love to Crystal a little bit earlier. Eric did, and vice versa. We appreciate it. Chris, let's run through what Crystal got going on here. She's saying thank you to Eric. We said you all make sure to subscribe and don't miss out on all the lives. Everybody, I'm gonna go kind of fast here. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get ready for the upcoming month. We had a few hitches this month. Susie and myself, and Crystal is a true. Crystal, you're a trooper. You know that? You really are. Can you hear me at all? She just,
She's
you know
the
what?
best.
You know what? As soon as we're done, everybody, I promise you, I can
Thank
call
you.
her
I
and she can hear.
appreciate that.
Okay. All right. So everybody is doing the best they can with their mental health. We are here for you. Man, I'm losing my voice. And I wasn't even doing all the talking today. I was doing all the typing behind the scenes. What did Eric say? How you guys are a riot? Okay. Well, you can, hey, thank these two ladies and Gemma because they were fantastic today. New York State of Mind. I can't wait to start working on a live from Florida show. But we're going to ask everybody to be mindful of Crystal Tees TV. The reason I'm mentioning that right now is because Crystal is available to everyone who is qualified if they need a moderator or they need someone to help them produce and work on their shows. So please make sure to reach out to Crystal. If you need some PR work done, you need some help putting a script together or anything like that, Crystal will help you with that. She is capable of helping you in many ways. If you're not sure or you're just going to be nosy, make sure to reach out to Crystal at Crystal Tees TV and a number of other things. We were not really ready to do all this, what we're doing right now, but I'm just talking to our subscribers and our viewers. And before we go, here we go. I got to put this up here. I got to do this. Make sure you're going to be able, you're going to be able to make sure. You know, what is wrong with me, Susie?
I
I
don't
should
know.
just give the show
One of
back to
those
you
days.
because you were on it. Please make sure that you support Crystal. She has 102.6 talk radio that will be embarking on its journey. Crystal will be taking the lead on that. It is on Instagram. You'll be able to do that. You will get snippets of that here on YouTube. But you will find out more about that if you go over to Crystal Tees TV or Crystal. Is it Crystal Black? I think it's Crystal Black on Instagram, if I got that right, Susie. And you will get some more information and you'll be able to support her as well. And some other things. I can't say it right now. I have to keep it as a secret for right now. Thanks, Gemma, for being here, of course. And of course, we know we have the lady who is the face of NATV and working with us here for her channel and being here on the live today. We appreciate all of you. I know it sounds like I'm rambling. We're literally improvising on our way out the door. the three of us. So we appreciate everybody being here and supporting us. I am going to say goodbye to these ladies. And Crystal, you're on camera. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Hi. So we're going to say goodbye to everybody here. She's typing because she's got to go. What? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it. I see what you're telling me, Crystal. I did that because we're about to head out of here. I get what you're saying. I did it. It didn't do it. I did it because we're going to leave, all three of us, pretty much at the same time. But I want everybody to support Crystal and hang in there, Susie, because I'm about to do this. Put Crystal and I together, and I want everybody to support Susie. You guys, I love all of you. I appreciate the condolences and all the love. I want everybody to think about Susie and keep her in your prayers as well. She's dealing with some things that you'll find out hopefully later, depending on when she's ready to talk about it. But it is something that you can go through when you're dealing with narcissistic abuse. And I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, everybody. Appreciate you. Crystal, you and I are going to get together. Hopefully I can get, I know I'm supposed to get with Gemma on Monday. And Susie, I'm hoping, right, we'll be able to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can squeeze me in, Crystal, if we all can get together on Monday, because next week, Tuesday, and I didn't pull up my calendar. Anybody know what that date is? Didn't even do it. I am so fired.
4th? I don't even know.
Oh, shoot, let me just go ahead and pull it up. That is when everything starts to change. I'm getting around here to a
That
calendar.
is
One of my
March.
screens. You got
Next
it already?
Tuesday is March 4th.
Okay, so starting Tuesday, March 4th, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we will be streaming, because we are a live streaming network on mental health, wellness, and psychology, and a whole lot more, and recovery. We will begin streaming to you on a regular basis every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So we look forward. We have a number of shows and different guests, a number of different things lined up that we have been working on since last year and added some more stuff to it this year. And as you could probably guess, we are also ready for you for 2026. There will be a number of things that you will be able to participate in and be a part of. Some people you have seen on the channel will also be a part of this as well. So you'll see. You will see a number of different things that will help you. But I want you to support Susie. And here we go again, musical chairs. I want you to support Crystal as well, along with Gemma. There will be a number of courses that they will provide. I just like when you do that. Gemma's writing me right now. Oh, that is so sweet. Gemma's telling us in our group chat, lots of love, just in case. So you guys, she just said lots of love to us in our group chat. So we're all going to get together next week, and we're going to start working on some stuff. But for our viewers and subscribers, we are putting together what you have asked us to do over a year ago, and it starts next week. Next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you will see Susie and I jumping on live, and when Crystal and Gemma are available, they're going to be jumping in too. This will not just be here. If you need to find the shows, you will need to go to Crystal Tees TV. You will need to go to SZ TV Network, and you will need to go to Imperfect. Am I saying it right, Susie?
Perfect TV.
Imperfect TV. I'm trying to remember everything. No notes for me, people. Imperfect TV and Life with Gemma and just a whole lot of stuff. And hopefully Crystal has time for me and we can start working on her channel like I'm working with Susie for her Live New York. We'll have live from Florida. And here's a twist, everybody. Susie's, make sure I get it right. Correct me, ladies, if I get it wrong. Susie, at some point when they get it all worked out, is going to go to Florida so they can sit together and do a live show into all of us. We're working on all of that, and we'll see what happens.
From a hot tub. Don't forget the hot tub. Can't forget the hot tub.
That was supposed to be a surprise. You just gave it to him. Okay, so
I'm sorry. There's other surprises. Don't worry.
There's other surprises coming. So everybody, don't. My goodness, Eric, you type really fast. Okay, so, and Crystal, you're just the same. So look. You know what? I'm going to let both of you go. I'm going to try to run all this stuff, these beautiful comments through with some music. I had a video prepared, everybody, and then I didn't finish it. It was so prepared, but I didn't do the last part. So I can't let you have it because it's got to be quality first. and I'll prepare it, and then I'll post it, and you'll be able to see it. It involves Crystal, it involves Susie, and it involves Gemma. And it's something I worked on for 2 days, and then literally, because of some tragedies that have happened, I got stuck and didn't finish it. But I will finish it as soon as I'm done here, and I'll post it as soon as I can, and you'll see it probably in another 3 hours or so from now. I can't even keep up with what you guys are writing, but I'll show everybody in a minute. And peace out to you, Eric, and thank you for the mercy and for your good words and good wishes. So much there. Crystal, love you to death. Susie, love you to death. Gemma, love you with all my heart. Everybody works very hard for our subscribers, viewers, and audience. If you're ever wondering, we're not in this for the money, people. If we were, we would try to blow the channel up. We are trying to help as many as we can. And you guys are awesome. So let me, I'm going to go to my theme song on the way out for the show here on NATV Network. And let me just go ahead and hit that. And you guys are literally watching this in real time. Everybody, I'm going to go with Eric. Peace out. Paxton, I'm going to let you two ladies go. I'm going to hang out with the group for a moment.
Bye.
Crystal,
Bye,
I may even talk to you over the weekend. Same thing, Susie.
Okay.
Much love to you. See you later.
Bye.
Got to get some water, people. Hydrate! All right, let's get ready. Let's end this show. NATV style. Make sure you show some love to Susie. NATV Network.
Hands up in the sky, take you on a ride. Love to feel the high. We can start again, laughing to the end, screaming at the top. Hope it never stops. We could do it all over. Dream is bringing us closer. Superstar, you're like Nova. Oh, so incredible one time. Gotta let it go tonight. Wanna know what it feels like. Yeah, we going up. We take it down. Let's spice it up, baby. Right here and now. Hey, nothing could be better. So high up in the clouds.
All right, now, I don't want you letting those people get into your head. You watched enough videos on narcissism. It's time to get outside. It's time for you to dance again. Take a hike. Go for a run. Go swimming. Do something. NATV Network, SZTV Network, Crystal Tees TV, Gemma, The Life of Gemma, Blythe, and a whole lot more in Perfect TV. All of them are coming to hit you in 2025.
Laughing to the end, screaming at the top, hoping never stops. We can do it all over. Twins bringing us closer. Superstar, you're like Nova. Oh, so incredible one time. Gotta let it go tonight. Wanna know what it feels like. Yeah, we going up, baby. We take it down. Oh, let's spice it up, baby. Right here and now. Hey, nothing could be better.
Much love to my man, Eric Jackson. Thank you, Eric. I'm going to get to your emails. We're going to turn them into videos and a whole lot more. We'll bring them into the show. Don't think you wrote me in vain. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, on the way out, just a reminder. Make sure you never forget our theme. One more time on the way out. Theme to NATV Network. This is our theme music. Your recovery is so important. You gotta dance it out sometimes. Why am I even talking? All right, we had fun. I gotta go talk to everyone that's been on the show and some other stuff and finish a video for you. Look forward to that video in the next 3 hours coming your way. It's just for our subscribers, our viewers, and our members. If you're passing through, jump on in. You're going to have fun. Time to move on, people. You got this.